Hello and welcome to Spoken Essays. I'm Harshal Vora and you are watching the live video where I try to figure out how to solve some code and see how we can solve whatever we have in front of us. So without further ado, let's see what we have for us today. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll share my screen with you. You can see that you can see my screen. We all have Facebook on, and right by now I've had 11 views. Amazing, and 1 likes already. Amazing. Okay, so let's see. I'll share my. I'll open my profile, and we have a CodePen project with for us. So let me open my previous tabs. So this is the what we are supposed to build uh, from scratch. Amazing. And this is where the data will go. I think most of the stuff that we're going to edit will be in HTML only. I think, yeah. Some CSS probably, but no JS, I think, based on this, because it's not dynamic. We're not supposed to send any requests or anything. I mean, yes, but it's not asynchronous. The data should load immediately upon load. So yeah, we can take care of that with our projects. Excuse me. Yeah, I just started. Yeah, I just had a nice long nap. uh, so we can start with this now. First things first, let's create some boilerplate code. Let's create a div. Inside this div is where everything will go. Maybe some padding too while we're at it in CSS. You can see that's here. That's some static text. I can see that. So 1, 2, and 3. This will be that element. I see. Oh, we don't need any of this actually. Yeah, all of this can be written with our D3 actually. Yeah, I will. I'm going to extensively refer to D3 and JSON APIs for this because I do not remember. I mean, we only did that yesterday. So let's see what we can do for this with this. Now we are going to create bars with this. So I don't think this will take very long. This might not take very long. We'll see. Okay. First things first. Let's create some divs maybe. Yeah, definitely. So script will store the script and this will store some of the divs. Okay. Now I also need to look at the stories. Just a second. I'll keep my camera off for a few minutes, and when I come back, when we will continue with that. But yeah, okay. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Yeah. So, okay, you can use HTML, JavaScript, CSS, and D3 SVG based visualization. I am going to use D3 SVG based, but okay. My chart should have a title with the corresponding ID title. I need to look into this again. Add document elements. No, really, a bar. Dynamically change the height of each bar. That should tell me. I'm going to look at some of this code. Now inside body is the script itself, and yeah, that's the data set and whatnot. We'll get data set from that API. Oh, ouch, ouch, yeah. So I think the first thing we should be doing is getting the data, the JSON data in a specific format. Which will be inside script anyway. So we're going to request we're going to use the request method. I want you to format the code by yourself. Does this even print itself? Right now it does. Okay, so we can see hello. Very good. So far so good. First thing we need to do, I have just started and I'm already yawning. Give me a couple of seconds, guys. I'll be right back. I'll make some coffee, and when I come back, we'll continue. Sorry about that. I'm back. Let's see what we had to do. First we have to request something. Handle click events. So you have to get this data, right? What's it look like? Looks like this. This, that, 251. Looks like that, 251. So it says 1949 and Q4 271 billion. 243.1 must be the billion. So this is all good data, but we are not looking for it. What are we supposed to show from all of this? From a point to point B. From point A to point B, right? Guide to national government product accounts. Out of all these, what do we need? This data, of course, called data. This object called data? No. One of the key value pairs called data and its dates. So 1947 1. Where can we see that in this? Let me move it here. If I click on this, it doesn't say that. But this must be important for the order then. Q1, Q3, Q4, Q3. Okay, so we're seeing 1997 Q1, then Q2, and then Q3, and then Q4. So 1, then 4, then 7, then 10. So Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, and then next year. The next year. So we're going to use these as quarter values, 1, 2, 3, and 4 values. Very good. Okay, what else? How did this come to be 0 to 2015? Okay, so first things first, let's first request this file on our page. So I've requested it. Now we write a then function where we get the response arrow function response dot json. So now we have that JSON file. What seems to be the error? There is no error. Okay, very good. Maybe we move this to another line, please. Okay, let's give it some space. Right, then another then, which would parse through the data. Okay, let's see, render images from data sources. We solved that. Handle click events, on click property, that's okay. Change text with click events. Get JSON with the JavaScript XML HTTP request. We're not using XML, we're going to use it from fetch. Oh, it's called fetch and not request, sorry. From an API, yeah. It's called request and not fetch, I'm sorry. These guys are still using that, aren't they? Okay. Convert JSON data to HTML. Show us a request, please, not you. Handle click. Convert JSON. We learned that, didn't we? Fetch method. Okay, sorry, thank you. I see. So first we get that data. We have so many of them open. I'll pin this page. So yeah, I don't want to be looking at it all the time. That's only the Yeah, challenge page. I need this to look at my D3 code. Okay. Uh, say okay. Format the code, please. Yeah, very good. Now let's copy it and paste it here. This is not asynchronous, so let's see what it says. This shouldn't say request, this should say fetch. Fetch link, then response JSON data as this. Okay, and we can see that data now in our HTML, printed as HTML. Very good. Now we can start playing with this. Whatever data you get, you store it in a variable perhaps, instead of printing as inner HTML text. Okay, and then we can take it from there. After that, okay, now we also want to filter some of that data. I don't want to play with all of this. Only store the data. So I should write stringify data then. Let's see what that does. It only prints the data. Do we need anything else from this? It says errors ID 120140. Are we using any of that? Source name Federal Reserve, FRED, GDP, gross domestic product. Is gross domestic product United States GDP? Are we using any of that text from here? Maybe not. Maybe. I mean, if we can reuse the text, yeah, just display URL this much. So we can reuse display URL as well. So not only this, but display URL too. Comma space data dot display URL. So I think at the end we should be, nope, we don't see, I didn't see it. Display underscore URL, that's how it's called. I don't think we'll still be able to see it because it's comma separated. Think right. So now we have this and the JSON data. So it shouldn't be appended. We should also bring the key value pairs. Maybe. Definitely key value pairs are needed. So now that we have the data, what else do we need? Let's see whether we only need this link or what. Oh, that's not the link actually. It says display URL is this, but it's actually this. So maybe not use. Sorry. Description this. We're not taking the description. Updated at. Maybe not. I don't know. I wouldn't know. We'll find out. 25 2015 12 14 T28. Okay, frequency is quarterly from date to date. Yeah, I like this. 1947 to 2015. But this doesn't say 1947 it says fine. So we say 0. So this is the beginning of 1947. Okay. Column names, date and value. Date and value. Nice. Column names is in it. Okay. Thank you for telling us that. Private, it's not private, or private means something else. Type null premium false data. Okay, I think we'll only fetch the data from this. Yeah, which we have. Instead of printing this in HTML, I'm going to store this as a variable. What's a good word to store this? Maybe one of the words that I have been reading for quite some time now, called dataset. Yeah, I'm going to take dataset. Dataset equals json.stringify data. So we're not printing that here. We're only storing dataset, whatever we are. Oh yeah, variable called dataset. Now let's see what else we have to do. Okay, now I can remove this entirely. Maybe not. Div. Okay, let's see what the challenge says now. My chart should have a title with a corresponding ID title. They do not care whether we create a graph like this with this as background and this and that and whatnot. I don't mind doing all of that. So this div will contain, this is the div called container. Sorry, container. This container will hold everything. We apply that to make it full screen. Okay, first of all, body background to set to gray. Any div is a background. Instead, let's take the container background to be white. Hash container. Right now it doesn't have a width and a height, so we don't see anything. Width, let's say 50%. HEI GHT 50%. Yeah, because we're using percentages, we won't see anything until and unless we add some data to it. I get it. Anyway, here we have our data set. This is where we have this. Okay, let's look into some of our code again. So constant with height, I would like some width and height. We can use them. Okay, so this is the entire SVG and this is where the data is. Okay, how do we print it? Select body, append SVG. अच्छा, ऐसे करना है तो फिर if we are appending everything, might as well append h3 and the fine. Okay, and then you give all of these different styles. Pre-filter JSON, no. Use dynamic scales, use set a domain and a range on a scale. Yeah, we'll need that. Okay, but yeah, API is taken care of for now. Thank you. If we need more of you, we'll let you know. Right. Anyway, where were we? What are we supposed to do? Stop singing Rangi Sari. Right. By the way, wow, amazing 15 views today. That's some good number. Those are some good numbers. Fetch. Save this code, please. Yeah. So we fetch the data. Now we begin with D3. Why don't I edit paste some of the code that I have should, yeah. Let me reuse this code. We are playing with rectangles anyway. Of course, our data set has already been defined. Let's see what this does. Okay. So selected body, append SVG and give it a width and a height. Width and height is this much. What's the error, my friend? Yeah. Where is the error? JavaScript error? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah. And we still can't see that. I'm back. Right, why? Must be because of color then. But this data set is something else in it. It's not simple data set. Clear console. Uncaught error. Dataset is not defined, despite the fact that I defined it. Fine. Now show me. D3 is not defined. Oh, do I have to? Apparently so. D3 is still not defined. Okay. D3 link HTML. Ding, 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 ding. Right. What other errors now do we have now? Why don't I see this? D3 is not defined. Now is it defined? I think I need to add some CSS to of course I don't think data set is still defined, otherwise it would have printed it. I hate it when I have to do this. I don't even know what's wrong. I mean, this is wrong, of course, but uh, if we had this much, what would this guy do? Would data appear? Select body and then append an SVG with width and height. Maybe we make the width and the height to be a little bit bigger. How did you give it a color, if I may ask? .svg. Wait a minute. I don't think we have already source linked the library. Chalo, only show me. Maybe not this much. Append a div. Fine. Select append attribute. Append what div and style it. Give it a color. Make it blue. Give it a width and a height. Nope. Okay. Just show me some text telling me that you are there. Hello? Apparently not. How about now? Will you do it? Apparently not. What if I just add some text to body itself? That's also not working. Interesting. Why? Let me look into my lessons again. Maybe add document elements with D3. It says constant anchor D3 select A. Now we don't have any A tags. You select method to select the body tag and then append an H1 to it. Let's first append an H1. Might as well, because we are learning that. So select body, then append H1. Fine. एक एक करके जाना पड़ेगा. Yeah, we go back to the basics. All of this go away. Select body tag, then append I see the problem. Append an h1 and with the text hello. Does that make it appear? No, apparently not. I'll remove all of this as well for now. Maybe this variable declaration too. Save this code please, thank you. Right, no change. Am I supposed to write body here then? We are inside the body element anyway, but hey, whatever you say. Select body, still no. United States GDP. That is a big piece of text. No CSS for you yet. Why don't I see anything? If I write anything in this body tag, will the text be visible? Yes, the text will be visible. So that's not the problem with this thing. d3.select body append. Stuff for head, link and script. If I move this to here, now will it print United States GDP? Apparently not. So what am I missing from all that we learned yesterday? Select append and text. Right. Okay, let's also comment this out while we're at it. Report only, refuse to load the script URL because it violates the following content script source none policy directive. Only refuse to load the script. Report refused to, no, not only, it refused to load the script this many times. Ouch. So this isn't allowed apparently. What if I paste it here and not here? Can't believe that we, and of course there's error before, but we don't see the error. Why? Okay, there is no line 34 in the document. Yes, indeed there is no line 34 in the document. Agreed. Refused 24 times. Refused to load the script cp web-based code pend assets editor whatever .js because it violates the following content security policy directive script source none. Note that script source element was explicitly set to explicit, so the script -source is used as a fallback. Ouch. Youch. That means whatever we cannot, we're not importing it correctly, but this can install d3, so I think our code would work if we called it there, but that thing uses a different syntax. I have to print, JSX, JavaScript Babel. Now I can't just write this because there will be unexpected tokens. Can't just write it. 7.2. I understand 7.2, my friend. Where is this from? Chill. Right. We go with this then. Append this and that and this and that and this and that. Okay, I don't think we need to write body anyway. It will still print because this is the body element. Ouch. Huh. Things we do. Now I'm going to create this inside a div. And suddenly all of that disappears because we haven't created a div yet. No problem. Okay. Finally. Okay. So now that we've appended this constant. Okay. So now instead of United States GDP, what if you print a data set? Is that allowed? Not. It's not defined. Global variable data set. How about now? Right now it's taking that as that the colors are so different. Yeah. I can't store it anywhere else other than in inner HTML. What good are you, man? So even if we've defined a data set, it can't do anything because it's not able to fetch data from here. If I were to remove this would still cause problem as to yeah, we had to. It says data set is not defined, so it still can't recognize this. Now if I declare it outside, it will be defined, but it won't store that data set value apparently. And if I put this line here, because it's local, it will work. Yeah, so this will work. So till this step all of this will work, but after this it won't work. So we have to get past this debacle lest we wish to give ourselves headaches about it all the time. Okay. Store data set is like that. Fine. Yeah, I love this. These are date and value key pairs, but without the keys, only values. Wow, so cool. This is amazing, and we still don't know how to store this in a variable. Unfortunate for us. Data is not defined despite the fact that I declared it globally. Yeah. I need to look into this again. Handle click events. No. Change text with click events. Get JSON with JavaScript H6. Okay. Yeah. I just did this, didn't ya? Inner HTML. Now what if I don't want it to be inner HTML, bro? Ever think of that? What if I want to store it? Huh? Do we do all of that inside this then? Then it's quite easy. Then in that case, fetch will go through everything. Right, what are you called? United States GDP. So first things first, we print the H1, then D3, That way we will have data set with us all every step of the way. Cool. Now we're going to create what? Create and append an SVG. So yeah, I'll take this much. Thank you. Paste. Just a second. Right. Please, yeah, do all of that. Thank you. SVG D3 dot select body SVG, append SVG width W and height. No color, so let's give it a color then. Dot style. Now it's an SVG, right? Style. Maybe color should do it. Green. Nope. Apparently not. Yep, what I learned yesterday is all now gone. Ouch, ouch, ouch. So that's also happening in the background, by the way. What if I write attribute? Give SVG a color. I have to use this technique and change the SVG color. To change any SVG's color, image source dotted arrow dot. Okay. Add the SVG image using an image tag. अबे यार क्या ला? Change color of SVG on hover. Okay. We go to CSS. Apparently we're not going to do more of that. SVG color green. Now the only thing I can think of now is background color. Style. Is the size too small for you? Yep, the size was too small for it, and yeah, we needed background color. Now instead of this style coming here, I'm going to make it come here, background. Yep, good. Yeah, we'll keep you white, but now I can make the body element. Append a div. Thank you. And that div will store that age. Very good. So we go back. क्या है? Sorry. We give it a background color of gray. Nice. Apparently, despite this being inside this div, okay. Oh my god. Youch. What happened? Select div and append an SVG. Bro, what's up with you? Huh? Fine. Body. maybe make the height a little bit better. Okay, right. This is, can we zoom in? Right. Anyway, I don't know what your height and width is. I'm going to assume, let's not assume then. Now what, I'm going to make a div inside this. Will that make the code disappear? No. Very good. Now I can move the div, can't I? Class container. Thank you. So dot container. First of all, display flex, justify content, center, align items, abe, center, and of course height 100 VH. अब ये बाजू बाजू में दिख रहा है because this is अच्छा, right. Where's body? So instead of this, doing this to the container, we do it to abbe. Let me select body. Okay, very good. Text align center. Right, very cool. Done. Nice. So we're appending everything inside you. Now I can do this. Does this have a no? Yeah, we have the liberty. I'm going to make you green so that I can make you white. So we know what we're dealing with. Very good. Thank you. So now that will be that. Okay. Padding we give 30 pixels. Yeah, 30 pixels. 40 pixels. I made it 40 pixels. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. We definitely need a bigger height and a width. Width, instead of 500, I'll make you 1000. Show me. Okay, does it expand the size of the page? Allah? Does it take time to fetch the data? And I have to save it too, by the way. Yeah, okay, so that's the height. That's the width. We like this width. Let's also set some height. Height should be what? I am thinking If it's 5 by 1, yeah, this would be 200. We won't see real time changes here. You have to make it go here. Right. Not 200, then it's not 5 by 1. Sorry. If we were to remove this, what would it do? Yeah, it wouldn't know. It would take its default values. Can I even do that? It would take its default values, which is this. Okay. I make you 300. Achilles! Okay. This is a much bigger chart, and the width is less. 800 by 500. That's better. It's not, yeah, exact, but yeah, it's better. Achilles! Okay, yeah. Yeah, but now we can use the data from the data set. First things first, I need to revise a little bit more. Okay, so bar chart, freeCodeCamp and whatnot. Let me get some water. Right. Just a second. By the way, do we have any comments? No. Very good. It's amazing lighting today. Must be the the outdoors and everything. Right. Is my cam mic on? Okay, huh. And I'm back on my thing. Right. Now what? Now we go with all of this. Invert SVG elements, create a bar for each data point in the set. Yeah, I'm going to refer to every piece of that for now. And when we have to scale it to at one point, which we will get there. But yeah, fetch method, thank you. You can go 500 and then this and then select all and then you add rectangles. Yes, I need this code. I'm going to reuse your svg.select all rectangle, take data set. So now we have data set. Amazing. This should be here, shouldn't it? So we have to invert it, don't we? Let's first increase its size by a lot. And I mean a lot. Okay, it's so much that it disappeared. Oh, we shouldn't have played with the coordinates. Height. So we see that data. Maybe we give it 300. Okay, it overloads. Okay, it just goes overboard. Maybe not so much width. Maybe 10 pixels should do it. Maybe even less, but okay. So data set rectangle data di. Acha. Which part? The second part. Now we don't see anything. Yeah, of course, the data is all scattered anyway. data set itself stores a lot. Why didn't I log it to the console too? So I need to ask it again and again. Right. Chill. Now I have to ask that again. Okay, fine. Run the code again, please. Thank you. Right. So when we ask it to fetch data, of course the iframe console, it tells us the date, which is the 0th item, and this is the number 6300. So we need to scale it down a notch, otherwise we won't see anything. We need to scale that data, but okay. So now we have SVG and add rectangles. That's what we're going to add. And it goes through data set, enters the data set, and then appends a rectangle for each data set. And the attributes for that x and y code, x and y attributes are data and index. So x is index multiplied by 30. We don't need that. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Let's build it once again. Attribute y 0, and we give it width and height. Is this for dynamically change the height of each bar? But it's not inverted. For inverted we do 100 minus, not 100 minus, h minus. Okay. Yeah, the data is still too large. Maybe I divide it to see what we're dealing with. 30, 3000. Okay, what's the average data? Goes till 18,000, don't you? 11,000, 10,000, 13,000. Oh yeah, we definitely need to scale it down. 20,000. Oh, now they're all right. I don't think I know what I'm doing, do I? Okay, so this is now closer. Feel the shadows getting closer. And I feel my heart sink every time that I slip. I wanna run away. Pink, pink, Albe. Yeah, let's make you 2 and the height. Yeah. See. Change the color of an SVG element, add labels. No. We need to learn that domain and the range. Use D3 and D3 max to find minimum maximum values in a data set. Thank you. Example data D3 minimum maximum, that's it. Okay, but it's supposed to be stored this way. So the way we stored minimum maximum, now we have to find out the position data holds subarrays XYZ. Use the three methods to find the maximum value of the Z coordinate. We only have one range this time. Well, two ranges actually. In X and a Y. Yes. Use predefined scale to place elements. Yup. Use X scale and Y scale to position both. Okay. Scale linear domain range. Scale linear domain range. And then select all circle. अच्छा padding यहाँ पे किया है. And where's the padding mentioned? Oh, it's not mentioned, it's just in there. We don't need padding this time, really. I gave it padding from the outside, so we can just write 0 to W. Okay. What are we looking for? First things first. Create a linear scale with D3. What does this do? By default, the scale uses the identifier data relationship. The bar and scatter plot charts both plotted data, and however, if the height of the bar or data points were larger than the SVG, yeah, that's what the issue we are facing. In D3, there are scales to help plot data. I know I'm reading these again, but yeah, we only went through them yesterday, so it's not. It's even if it's fresh in my memory, I want to understand this again and again. Change the scale variable. Is the music playing or what? Right. Okay. Change the scale variable to create a linear scale. Okay. What was this challenge about? Not a number. ठीक है. Right. Scale 50. Okay. A false scale uses the identity value of the same as this. Okay, now I remember scale linear. Okay, I'm going to reuse you then. We don't have any padding, but hey, let me. It's that square thing, isn't it? Abe, move the cursor, bro. Come on. Body SVG with height. Select all circle data set, append circle, and then that and that. Okay, I'm going to look into this. I'm not playing with circles, so I'll make it a square instead. The full solution looks like this. So from here, yeah, instead of selecting body and whatnot, we're going to do some magic. Okay, why don't I refer to this and make it myself? Ouch. Okay. What order was it? It's after the data has been declared. Right. So W and H should go away. Nope, W and H stay intact. Interesting. Okay. We're not giving it any padding. Remove padding. Sorry. Alright, it will be 0. This will only be H, and this will only be 0. Hmm. D3 scale linear. Yeah, because we've already given it the padding it needs. Ouch. That was painful. Oh no. Huh. Right. So X scale, Y scale, SVG D3 dot select. Okay. What's your angle? Create a bar for each data point in the set. Yeah, I would love it. So you're adding rectangles. Nope, we're beyond this actually. Select all rectangle. Isn't that what we are doing? Select all rectangle. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. But I can see only a few bars and not all of them. Not even a huge of them. Okay. Rectangle. Okay, so we have this now. Height and width stays the same. Only in here we change a few things. D scale. So select all circle. What do you have here? What do we have for X? It's 1. And for Y it's not 0. It's also 1. इसका डेटा कैसे अच्छा ऐसे डेटा दिया ना. I definitely need to understand how they wrote this code. Script.js, thank you. This is the JSON d3.json है. बस इतना रिक्वेस्ट भी नहीं किया. सही है. Right. Append text, transform, rotate 90 degree. सही है. This must be defined here. Width, height and bar width by 275 apparently. Tooltip equals d3 viz holder div this. Style opacity is 0. Right. Then overlay opacity. Everything's okay. Fine. Thank you, Christian Paul, by the way. D3 JSON, so you send the request, then you go through the data, and then you append SVG container. So append data to this, append text, transform, rotate by an yes. So that takes care of a few things. Where is this text? Gross domestic product. Then append more text which would store this. Oh, I can see gross domestic product. That's the thing. Acha. And it's been rotated, so you can see it here. I see. Okay. And that's inside this bar. Oh. Then append more text which is below here, as you can see. Whatever happened to this? Then variable years data.map. The years stores mapped data, where variable quarters temp item 0 substring 57. Oh my god. Oh, that's that quarter thing. Each quarter. Oh, I would like that. If Yeah, substrings of 5 and 7, so that would be the fifth and the seventh, between the text between the fifth and the seventh character. Right. It's 6:45. I'm going to take a short break. When I come back, we'll go more about this. Okay, 22 likes and views. Amazing. Why does this show me that? Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll be back. I'll have some coffee, some more coffee, and when I come back, we'll continue with this project. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, this was a longer break than usual, so I'll be here on this for at least 2 or 3 hours now to figure that out and finish it. 1 second, just a second. Okay, that's just a message. Okay, anyway, right. So this is what we were working on. Let me get my earphones. Grab my earphones real quick. Okay. Hmm. So of course they've written this code this way, and this would no doubt work perfectly. But I need to understand a few things first. Right now our code is extremely weird, and it seems I didn't yeah understand and assimilate what we learned yesterday, because if I had, then we wouldn't have this problem. Now what is that? I need to read a lot of these docs again, go through them again, because apparently what I understood is so incorrect, must be so incorrect. So let's go through this data visualization. Okay, so the bar and scatter plot charts both plotted data directly into the SVG. However, if the height of the bar is one of the data points were larger than the SVG height or width values, it would go outside the SVG area. Yes, exactly. In D3, there are scales to help plot data. Scales are functions that tell the program how to map a set of raw data points into the pixels. Yeah, so I want to do this. For example, say you have 100 by 500 size SVG and you want to plot gross domestic product, GDP exactly, for a number of countries. The set of numbers would be in the billion or trillion dollar range. You provide a D3, you provide D3 a type of scale to tell it how to place the large GDP values into that 100 by that area. Yeah, exactly. It's unlikely you would plot raw data as is. Exactly. Before plotting, you set the scale for entire data set so that the x and y values fit your SVG width and height. Okay, so that's what we're scaling. So that's why we use scale linear to do. That's why we use scale linear to do it. Okay. So that the x and y values fit within your SVG width and height. D3 has several scale types. For a linear scale, usually used with quantitative data. Yeah, we have quantitative data. Here is the D3 method, scale linear. By default, a scale uses the identity relationship. The value of the input is the same as the value of the output. Value of the input is the same as the value of the output. Acha. A separate challenge covers how to manipulate this. We already know. Create a linear scale. Yeah, I think we need to go through all of these again to understand and write this code. Otherwise, I would have to just refer to this when I don't want to refer to this. I want to understand what we are doing so that we can make it look like this. So my first challenge or part is to make the graph look like this, and then maybe we can do this. So we have 1 quarter, 2 quarter, and 3 and 4 and so forth, so on and so forth. Let's not even look at the quarters yet. Let's just make these bars appear and see where we can go from there. Okay. So of course, without scaling the display, we were able to see something, but that's not what we are planning to do, right? Now we are going to play with the data sets. Are you called data set? You are called data set. Very good. So data set. Okay. So one by one. Okay. What are you? Use the D3 max and minimum functions. Not yet. Add classes with D3. Invert SVG elements. Add a hover effect. Yeah, that can be taken care of later. Create a linear scale. Set a domain and range on a scale. Yeah, we need that. So close this. For our code, we have a domain and a range is set, but is this the correct domain and range? Let's see. So domain should contain this as okay. So let's read this. By default, scales use the identity relationship. This means the input value maps to the output value. Yeah, we read that. our scales can be much more flexible and interesting. Yes. See, a data set has values ranging from 50 to 480. Okay, from that, this is the input information for a scale known as the domain. You want to map those points along the x-axis on the SVG between uh, 10 units and 500 units. Yes, I would like to map them. Yeah, over there. Yeah, this is the output information known as the range. So that's the range. The domain and range methods set these values for the scale. Both methods take an array of at least two elements as an argument. Here's an example. So domain 50 to 480, data set. Acha, so the domain is this. So in that case, let's see what our domain looks like. Domain is from 0 to d3 dot max. Okay, so d3 dot max. Ouch, sorry. Should we write d3 dot max? What should we write here? I copied that from one of our projects, but what should we write instead here? X scale equals d3 dot scale linear dot domain. Now we're not going to do that to this. We're going to do that inside this, which means and we have to select the div that is sitting inside d3.select.div. Of course, it won't load that data because now the scale has been set 0 to d3 select.div.max. What is the div called? Container. And inside this we put the SVG. And then you select this and then print the output. Okay. Provided says both methods taken array of at least for the methods an example. Here is an example 50 and 480. Our data's range, we have to find out what the max is and the minimum is. We know the minimum here. What will be the max? This should be d and 1. So that would give us the numbers. So d1. Now is this supposed to be that? You're appending that to the div itself. Achha. In that case, let's only create that first and then maybe put the text. This is okay. So instead of d3.select div, let us remove the container for now. Yeah, the body's background can be that, it's okay. The SVG, so we're only playing with the SVG for now. Select body and then add the SVG to the body itself. एक एक करके जाएंगे. So this says d3.max data set this, that, okay. This should also be 1. Oh, we don't have any. अच्छा, एक एक करके first. So d3.max maximum value of the data set will be this, and the range will be 0 to this width. Right now we don't see any colors, so don't worry. We don't even see this text anymore. d3.append h1, d3.select body, then append h1. Right, that caused a problem. Okay, and of course we have to remove justify content in that case, or HTML justify content. Okay, so now we have this scale. I mean, I don't mind keeping this or not keeping this, it doesn't matter. Just a second. Right, Anyway, do we have any comments yet? No problem. No comments. 2 likes. 23 views. Amazing. That's the highest I've reached in some time now. Okay. Anyway, that's the United States GDP. I'm going to make this white for our understanding. Okay, so that's where the scale is supposed to be. Uh, yeah, the graph will be. So d3 dot max. Should I must. Anyway, so domains is max values are from d1, which is data sets is one value. We'll go through each item in the data set and take that as the max value. So we have a max value now, and range. What will the range be? Scale range. Now this is x and y, so maybe we can go ahead a little bit further. And that's amazing. It's raining, by the way, in the background. It's amazing rain, guys. Right. Set a domain, set d3 max and minimum functions. I need to read this. So example data, minimum, d3 dot minimum of example data, d3 dot maximum of example data. So that's the maximum, d3 dot maximum of this data. We're using a callback function. Right. And then for minimum x you do this. I see. That's the minimum of this and the maximum. We have defined the minimum as 0, and for the range, should the range be 0 and w? I think so. That's what we copied. I mean, if I remove some padding from it, then yeah, now we need to define some padding. Constant padding equals, let's say, 30 pixels. So now we can write that code. Padding minus w and h minus padding. We still don't see any data yet because we still haven't written it correctly, or maybe not correctly, I don't know. We should also give it a style attribute just in case. style. What color are the SVGs, by the way? White. So that's the SVG, not the rectangles. So we also give rectangle a color from this. Why not? Blue. Nothing to see here yet. Acha, I copied it in the wrong place. In that case, let's lower it. Right? Shouldn't that be inside the function? Okay. Where is this from? Where is this coming from? Oh, this is the fetch. Right, but what are you? Yeah, I would have to fold all of them to understand. Acha, so it's inside data. Right. Append rectangle and give it a style attribute. Why is that not allowed? None of them are allowed apparently. In that case, oh sorry. we still don't see it, so that means no. Okay, no problem. Rectangle, background blue. If nothing is still visible, that means we haven't figured that yet. Okay, no problem. One by one. Minimum x would have the value of 1, because 1 is the most minimum value out of all of them. Oh, sorry, from this. So yeah, minimum and maximum is now taken care of. We need to look into this padding thing. So I can close this. When I go back, use dynamic scales. Yes. So this is the data set. Domain is d3.max dataset d and 0th item. So we have the values, and the padding will be padding w minus padding. Acha, range should be w minus padding. Okay. That would be 30 and 470. So that's where it will be. And the domain is actually the highest value of them all. So that's the x scale. The same way we need to write the y scale. Use y scale variable to create a linear y axis. The range should use the SVG height in okay. That's the answer. d3.scale linear, which we did. Sorry, d3.scale linear, and domain 0 to d3 max dataset d1. Ours is almost identical. h1 h minus padding and then padding. So it's the same for y scale now. The distance, very good. So height minus padding and the padding. So height minus padding would be 470, and this will be 30. So 470 to 30. This should be because we're making it inverted. I see. Cool. Keep the plot right side up when you set the range for the y coordinate. The higher value, height minus padding, is the first argument. The lower value is the second argument. Yeah. And we still don't see the data yet. Not a problem. The color has been given to the rectangle. Hopefully we will see it. One more thing we can do is maybe remove the background color of the SVG itself, and then I can remove the blue to see where we are at. Nope, not yet. And by the way, is there anything in the console? It prints that rectangle attribute height, expected line, expected length. Okay, so there are 1,000 errors. I'm going to remove this. So it had a problem with 1,000 of those values. Is that what I am to assume? Expected length to be not a number. Anonymous answer. Error. All of them will probably say error. Okay, no problem. It is a problem, but 49,253 years are not shown. I get it. Okay. But yeah, inside this is what we are to. So that's taken care of. What's the next step? Use a predefined scale to place elements. Wait a minute, did we scale it at all? That's 411. What do we do with R? Okay. Use a predefined scale to place elements. With the scale set up, it's time to map the scatter plot again. The scales are like processing function that turn the x and y raw data into values that fit and render together on the SVG. They keep the data within the screen's plotting area. You set the coordinate attribute values for an SVG shape with the scaling function. This includes x and y attributes for rectangle or text elements, or cx and y or circles. Here's an example. Shape. So whatever the shape is, dot attribute x, and then you take the data and then you write x scale d is 0. Now we're not going to use d0, we're going to use d1. Please close. So when we add a rectangle, the x and d, we're using arrow functions, so that's not a problem. Take d and then x scale d1. Apparently we're taking same values for d and y, x and y. Okay. Scales set shape coordinate attributes to place. Use a scale inverse to position both the circle and text shapes onto the SVG. For the circles, apply the scales. Give them a radius of 5 units. For the text elements, apply the scales x and y attributes this way. Add axes. Axis can wait. So this is where the axes are added. You do this d0, d1. We need an x and a y coordinate. Actually no, we only need a height, so I need to refer to some of our bars just before. Dynamically change the height of each bar. Invert SVG elements actually. So how did we create a bar? Data and its ith element. I element multiplied by 30, and for y, now we're supposed to invert this. An attribute needs a width and a height, which we gave it. इसको बंद करो, or maybe we need it. I mean we don't. इसको भी बंद करो. Right. So let's at least get an inverted value then. But we need to scale it, so scaled values. Now their data set is quite simple. That's why we didn't need an arrow function. Attribute x and attribute y. X and y, and width and height. We gave it a width and a height. We need to do something about this. Means we are supposed to turn y scale into something else. It returns a date. If I write d0 here, nothing will be visible yet because the 0th value is values are all dates. We're scaling dates on a line. इसके लिए तुमने क्या किया था? Append a rectangle. I mean we can also append a div. Doesn't matter. Select all rectangle data set, enter, append rectangle. There are no rectangles. We're appending them with each value. Logic. Think. Right. Append rectangle, then you give it an attribute of x and y. There's no width and height apparently. So maybe we remove the width and height. I'll comment them instead for now. only the x and y of it. Or is the code written? Actually, the code is written, but we don't see it. Right. di3 multiplied by did multiplied by 3. We'll keep it this way for now. Of course, ours isn't supposed to be multiplied anyway, because cannot make heads and tails of it. Y is h minus this. Yeah, I understand you. How do we apply it to our code? Select all rectangle data set x data I and I multiplied by 30. That's for the x. Oh yeah. We can use the index, can't we? So x coordinates will be the okay, that's a good start. Scale d, because we don't have an index value di. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, and for y we write 1. So scaled numbers, scaled down numbers. Oh, I'm slowly starting to get it. X scale and y scale. We don't need x scale then. Yeah, because we don't have two values. What if I just write I? Then we would have smaller graphs and we can see them now. Very good, exactly, because we don't have the second data set, so I don't think we need the x scale part. Fine. That won't edit anything. Dimag. So now we have those bars. Now inverting those bars, we learned this. So to invert them, we write height minus m. What is m? Or you know what, instead the coordinate is that y equals height of SVG minus height of bar. So what does this do? Now I scale, it takes d1 value, so I need that too. That's the PDF. Show me this data please again. Oh, we can see it in our 11,000 log entries. Ouch. Expected length. Sorry about that. Okay, let's open this in a new tab. Right, so we have 241 billion, 246 billion. So these are those values, 246 and whatnot. So it's showing us 241. So height, maybe thrice the height, so they will be taller. Okay, so I can scale that now. Y scale B. Nothing. Ouch. But it is data itself, and this should be capital Y scale. Sorry. Nope, not here. Actually, yes, here. What if I want it to be the appropriate scale? We can't just write 3 or 30. That's for the x values. Yeah. and they're all interesting, up and down, up and down. Okay, first of all we need to invert them, don't we? So height minus data multiplied by 30. Oh my god. Okay, and they're still inverted anyway. By the way, this didn't work apparently. Maybe if I make the color blue. No. How do you apply colors? Add labels, style D3 labels, add hover effect, add a tooltip. Change the color of an SVG element. Fill. Attribute method to set the fill of all the bars to the color navy. Okay, so it's fill because they're divs probably. So this won't obviously work. Now I set the width to 2. If I make this 1, they'll be thinner. Yeah, oh, look at that. Look at that. And the padding has been set from the left and the right. We need that. Maybe X scaling, but not in the terms we think. We'll go there, don't worry. I should have commented that out. Ouch. Now I have to copy it and then press Command Shift C a couple of times. Okay, but now we can see this. So Y scale, that's correct. We need to play with the height to get our number. Now it says Y value should be height of SVG. So height is H, of course. Height of SVG. Wait. It shouldn't be height of SVG actually. H minus padding. That only took the padding from the beginning and the end. Okay, we do need to put something on it. Right, sorry. And by the way, let's fill it too. I like that these colors are getting to me. Fill. Kya tha? Are we supposed to add an attribute called fill? I think so. Attribute method called fill. attr fill green. Green is soothing to the eyes. At least to mine they are. Right. Okay. Format the code. Now we play with the inversion of the height. How? Change the callback function y to set the bar right side up. Remember that the height of the bar is 3 times the data value. I into 30. So it's 1. Wait. X and Y. अच्छा, इसको कुछ नहीं करना है ना. Apparently it's a Y coordinate. अच्छा, height minus m multiplied by d. So that means we are not doing anything to this. We are doing something to you. H minus Y scale. Nope. That didn't do it. What if I did this then? Okay, that also didn't do it. Height minus general relationship is height minus m multiplied by d, where m is the constant that scales the data points, m is the constant it scales, and d is the data. Right, but we haven't inverted it yet. I haven't inverted it. Let's read all of this. 0, yeah. So you're telling me, what is the height? 500. 500 minus whatever the scaled value of this number is, of each number is. So height minus, but you're multiplying that too. What if I just write minus h instead of h minus? Nope. 3 multiplied हाइट ठीक है, वो तो मैंने 30, इसको मैं what 70 कर दूँ तो और लंबा होगा. That's okay. Yeah, exactly. Now it overflows. 50 pixels. But we want this inverted. Would this invert u? It did nothing. It did do something. Maybe height minus data point. Oh, but it's still not inverted. What am I doing wrong? Oh, thank you, Papa. What am I doing wrong? Width is 25 pixels. Yeah, ours is, we have so much data. I can't change the width even if I wanted to. Okay, width is 25 and the height is di and 3 multiplied by d, so the data point itself, this value. The y coordinate, that is y minus, we are changing, so the height's okay. Yeah, we're not playing with the height. I'm so sorry. Acha. So we're not playing with the height. We're changing the y coordinate so that it comes a little bit below. It cannot be minus h. We have to think. Now let's see this. That is the y coordinate, that is y equals height of SVG minus height of bar. Would place the bars right side up. Now height of bar is this. So do I multiply that with 50 or what? I think we tried that. This is going to make it look this. Okay. H minus y scaled d. So each item scaled to their size, multiplied by 50 and then subtracted from their height. We get some constant values and some not so constant values. Is this... what are we missing? Why can't we invert it? Height of the bar is 3 times the data value d. That's for this case. X coordinate is I multiplied by 30. So yeah, the spacing. So to make this 3, you'd see the according change. If I did this, it would give them some spacing. Let's say 3. So it would give them each some 3 pixels of space. We don't need that space. They can be stacked. Oh, but they don't need to be stacked. Yeah, let's at least give them some space. 1. Okay. Doesn't matter. I mean, multiplying it with 1 doesn't change the distance. Okay. H minus y scale. What if I do h plus y scale multiplied by 50? If this is not multiplied by 3, then we don't need to multiply that. See, think again. Y coordinate is where it is here. how would you write this here? Let's maybe if I solve this challenge again, then I would get it right 3 times. So change the callback function. Not. Let's look into the hint. I'm not going to spend time. DIH minus 3 multiplied by D. Okay, H minus I multiplied by D. But there is no I. Yai. No, I don't think that's the way to go. 3 multiplied by D, it's only because of no, because of the height. Because the height is 3 multiplied by D, that's why we have it here. Now in our case, we're not scaling the height. So maybe we make this 50. I mean, yeah, doesn't matter if I put the 50 here or there. Amazing challenge. And by the way, this bar goes from here to this. So in ours doesn't look any thing like that. Okay, let's break this down. If I want to invert some things height, I want to put a space to the appropriate thing. So let's say this thing's height is this much. Now if I want to show it, I need to put some space over here, so the coordinate wouldn't be 0, it will be height, whatever the height is, minus this thing's height. Oh, sorry. So height of the SVG minus the data set multiplied by 50. I mean, we give it a height multiplied by 50. If I were to do this, they would be they would be smaller. Yeah, at this point, if I do 1 multiply by y scale, they're not gonna suddenly come down. What am I missing here? This I multiplied by 30 would put the spacing. I have kept the space to be exactly the ith value. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe if I change the width, we can see better data. Okay, so these are the bars. They're all scattered, but yeah, you can see some padding already from the left. If I make this 300, it would move so much. No, it didn't move. Ha 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 ha. Oh, and by the way, X scale is gone. Apparently you're not even considering the padding, are you? Or are you not? Apparently not. Or maybe it is. You wouldn't know. I mean, yes, if we have applied the padding, why does the height not begin with that? Ah, the bar chart look like it's upside down and inverted because how SVG uses XY coordinates. In SVG, the origin product. Okay, let's also give them some space between them. I multiplied by 2 pixels. Okay, so 2 pixels is space between each of them. That's not good enough. 20 pixels between each bar. Okay, yeah, I can work with you. Shouldn't they be all randomized? I mean, they are randomized, they're not sorted. We need to sort them too. We'll get there. But now we can see bars, and these bars should be at the bottom of the SVG. So select all rectangle data set, enter, append rectangle, attribute fill green. Cool, they're green now. Al Green. If you guys know who Al Green is, that's an amazing actor. If you guys don't know who he is, anyway. Attribute x, so the x coordinate begins. X coordinate, I can play with the x coordinate. It basically changes the gaps between them. So yeah, and I've chosen I as the value, not the D, because yeah, index values. These are not visible at all. Maybe because of the height. Probably because of the height. Okay, now it overflows. Is 50 good? Yeah, 50 is good. So that's the height of this. Let's say, for example, this is the height of this bar. Now if I want to move this space from here to here, we have to invert it. So h minus this. So I get it that we have to write h minus this, but not multiplying it with 50 here. Even if I do h minus 1 multiplied by this, there's no change with the y attributes is position. Did that change the thing? We had 4 of them. Command shift Z. Now did this stop? No, it didn't change it. Okay. So that being there doesn't affect anything. Why scale that number? Okay, I'm slowly starting to get this. This scales down whatever data set we have to a number between these values, range h minus padding and padding. So a number between 30 and 470. So this number is converted between 30 and 470 and then scaled. So we're scaling it. So that's the scaled value between 430 and 470. But then why do you begin here? Okay, let's say this is where the padding stops. No, that's not where the padding stops. I don't even think they are using the padding. So the domain and the range, h minus padding, so height minus padding and the padding itself. So height minus padding and padding. तो ये समझ आ गया. So this is the scaled value of this bar. It's literally the height. If we were to do anything to it, okay, so that's the y coordinate, and then we give each rectangle a y coordinate. Okay, so each rectangle is given a y coordinate and an x coordinate. X coordinates are of course this. Sorry, yeah, they are the x coordinates, and the y coordinates are this. So right now its value is 0. How so? Wait a minute. Shouldn't its height be the scaled value? And shouldn't u be here? We'll find the answer to that. Just a second. So data point. Right, it made that disappear. So why? Of course, if I press Command Z, it would do all of that. Why does that appear now and not appear then? Be right back. I need to attend the loo. Go to the loo for a quick. Yeah, I'll be back. I'm going to the John. apologies, long Lou. Ha, yeah. Okay, we were here. Anyway, yeah. Okay. बाय द वे कितना टाइम हो गया? 4 घंटे से बैठे हैं क्या? 3.5 घंटे से बैठे. Ouch. Anyway, why is this taking so long? We should be done with this in a couple of seconds. I mean, a couple of hours. It's 3 hours and nothing. Okay, maybe let's try to break this down. SVG has this height and width, which is width and height, whatever. Then we scale linear. We use scale linear to set a domain and a range. The domain is, of course, the minimum and the maximum values from this. D3's maximum value, whatever it is, from that data set. So data's first value. So whatever the highest value is, you return the highest value. Very good. And that will be the domains 0 to that, right? Then we have the range. What is the range? Range would be, where to put this? So it takes height minus padding, which would be 500 minus 30, 470 to 0. If I do the opposite, padding minus padding, each minus padding here, that doesn't have any effect apparently. Why though? You should have an effect, shouldn't you? It scales them down all good between those numbers. Do you scale them down? Yes, it does scale them down, but I don't think this has any effect on our code. What is the error? Semicolon is the expected edge. Because fine, we're using arrow functions anyway. D, that wouldn't, let's make you 5 then, a shorter gap between each data set. What are these? Are they too short to even appear? If I halve it, this will go. No, it won't go. Yeah, it will go. The distance between each data set, if I write D here, we'll barely be able to see anything, if not 1. Okay, you can see that. That is so much better. Now, how do we determine the distance between each of them, between the padding? First of all, the first one shouldn't even begin 30 pixels before or after. It makes that disappear. What if I write plus instead? It's not 30 then. Okay, but there is a difference. D plus maybe 0.3. Okay, so much better. Of course, this isn't how. Okay, D plus 1 then. Five. No change. 10. Okay, we're only looking at 5 values right now. Why? because of the width. Let's keep the width to be 2 pixels. Oh, that's not what we meant. Okay, I can keep that 5. Why are we looking at only sum of the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? Why are we looking at 7 of them and only 7 of them? If I make this 1 again, right, so that's okay. 10, but why are we not looking at the rest? Where are the rest? I'm sure, I mean, they're beyond. Why don't we see the rest too? What's this, padding or what? Okay, what did it look like before with D? Okay, so that's the gap. D multiplied by I, that's their x coordinates, sorry, I. But now it's all scattered again. Right. Because you multiplied it with the ith element, so sum of their ith element. Oh. Yeah, we don't need the ith value, only the D. So we have this as a graph. I'm not even worried about, okay, let's set their width to 10. Now it's thicker. Think, yeah, whatever. So x coordinates will tell us what to do with them. How do I multiply and divide it? What does this take? It takes the data set, right? And it gives us, wait, no. We go through each data set and give it an x coordinate. So let's say we have one data set. I think this should have been data 1. No. If I put +1, I mean, we see the gaps. Yeah. Where do we stop then? If I write 10, we only see 7 of them, those values. Because now the distance is 10. If I halve the distance, there is still no change. There is a change. Okay. What if I write 7.5? Come on. Okay. No change. Interesting. 8. And the moment I make this 9, suddenly it will leap out. D plus I, let's say. Now it's gone. Divided by I. Multiplied by I. First would be the 0th value, and then would be the second value. First and second and third and fourth and fifth and whatnot. Why does I not work? Acha, honey, comma space I, by the way. Sheesh, sorry. D minus I. Plus I. So data set plus the there. No. Why is this scattered, or why do I see scattered values? What if I were to use y scale on the x coordinate as well? We need that x coordinate, don't we? There isn't an x scale. Do we? Still need to think. This gives us that what we need, but it's the distance is too less. I mean, we can barely see anything. How do we put an equal distance between all of them, or a uniform distance? Do we have any comments yet? Oh, by the way, I have to keep looking at the comments because you never know who might be looking at them. I should turn my phone on for that. One person is watching, and that one person is probably me. Ha. Anyway, yeah, you load till then, right? What? Okay, let's think. X coordinates determine the distance between each item. So if I write D here, what does that mean? D is the data and I is the index value. If I write I here, it would tell us, give us the index value. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. With the end after this. Oh, sorry. What was that? And that's not uniform. These are at random, or are they at random? Okay, if I change the width to 1, we'll know. Yeah, they are random. Now if I do this D thing, it returns a uniform sorted range which goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 like that. I multiplied by the D value. I mean, yeah, I think we tried that before. And then it's scattered again. So, okay, it iterates through each value in the data set, which we don't want it to do. This should be 0. This should be 1 actually. And that's problematic because why not? Right. Now it's all on one line. You guys won't be able to see it. You can only see one bar. I'll give it some width so you guys can see it clearly. Solve on one bar. H plus width plus then It's gone. No, it's not gone. I understand why I would return that. Maybe I don't. But index of the first character, first number, it would always be 1. It would always be 1. Index. सिर्फ I लिखता हूँ तो क्या करता है ये सब scattered कर देता है. Why does D work? D is the data point itself. So X coordinate of the data point itself. No, that's not it. Sorry, that's incorrect. You're writing a callback function for each item in the array to be placed a specific distance between it. तो हर एक में वो 1 2 3 4 5 करता जाएगा ना. Oh, so that's that. You won't see the rest. This only shows us 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 and 9. Not all of them, because most probably the rest of them might have disappeared. Now if I do this, we don't see a miniature version of it. We see, maybe we do see a miniature version of it. 243 246 250 260 266. Okay. Console.log y scale what's it say? 260.3. Okay, 260.3. What does the console tell me? So many errors. Error rectangle attribute x expected length to be. Achha. Expected length, but it returned. Acha, a bracket. Did we not filter the data? I think I filtered the data. Dataset holds only the data of the data, and I can't even look at that because it says 87,000 entries not shown, not a number. So after one point it reaches not a number. For you it means with I 87,000 more errors. Yeah. What is going on? What am I doing wrong? बस इतना तो कर दे यार. Okay, let's not add these items then. Comment. Unrecognized web share. Okay, but it did not log to the console what we wanted. Finally, अच्छा हमारा console ऐसा दिख रहा है. Okay, it returns not a number for 260.3. What about 260? दिखा भाई दिखा चल चल. It returned not a number again, did it? I wouldn't know. Clear console. 260.3. Okay, it says not a number. Very good. So there's still a problem with Y scale. D3 dot maximum data set. Yeah, I hate using that. Okay, बस इतना return कर दे चलो. Show me what this shows says. Yes. Returns undefined. So that means it can't figure out this. Or it can. I mean, we have 9557, we have 11,000. फिर से प्रिंट कर भाई प्लीज. Don't print anything, we were too quick about it. Yeah. Okay. Save the code please. Now it will print. Should. Did nothing. Run this again please. Finally. That was too fast. Refuse to evaluate a string as JavaScript because unsafe eval is not allowed. Multiple errors. Fine. About blank iframe. Anyway, chill. So our data set looks like this. An array, it contains, so 0th item would be called D, right? Yeah. So D3.max data set. क्यों यहाँ पे डेटा सेट लिखा है? अच्छा, मैक्सिमम वैल्यू ऑफ द डेटा सेट इसलिए. अच्छा ओके. वाई स्केल डोमेन D3 में फर्स्ट वैल्यू इज़ 0. फिर डेटा सेट के अंदर जाओ, उसकी मैक्सिमम वैल्यू निकालनी है. उसमें डेटा को पकड़ो, so each item will be D and the one value which is 1. या हाँ, उसमें से सारे सबको अरे में निकालो और उसका मैक्सिमम वैल्यू रिटर्न करो. and it returns undefined. Why? Chill. In promise math not flow, of course. अब क्या है बे? तू कौन है बे? Return is undefined. So is this, so why can't we get the max value? D3 dot max returns undefined. JS is used to return the maximum value in the given array using natural order. If an array is empty, then it returns an undefined as an output. Is any of them empty? I don't think so. Maybe I'm assuming. Who knows? Sate. Sana, Jana. 1947 to 41 to 46 and so on and so forth. Each of them have a value and it goes upwards. It goes till 18,000. Is that why it is causing a problem? 0 to 18,000. And you're storing that in this range. Ouch. Youch. बाप रे, मैं तो पागल हो जाऊंगा. So returns undefined. Undefined all the way. This you. Why do you return undefined? What if I were to do this? Okay. It returns that. Right. The maximum value, so that's probably the last value of the array then. Return I. Highest index. Wait, 5990. 5990, is that a value? No. Is 5000 the 1000th value? I don't think so. Why does this? Why did you return 5990? It's most intriguing. Again? Okay. Now if I want you to return i's 0th value, that would be undefined. Okay, I understand. D0. So iterate through the data set. Returns. Okay, so it returns a square bracket. I write this. Understand? What if I write 1? Is the number too big for you, or do you not recognize the number? What is going on? Now it returns the beginning of the array. So max returns undefined. If an array is empty, then it returns undefined as output. d3.js, d3 max undefined. Okay, so JSON file is this. Max is called collection. Function d return d.features.properties and owner. Okay. Foo bars value 10. Yeah. Input to d3.max should be an array. It is an array. Make sure the input is not object. If it is, make an array of the values using d3 values collection. चलो ये करते हैं. I free. ठीक है, चलो इसने डेटा सेट को कर दिया, डेटा सेट डॉट पुश. So now it's an array. Now if I log this to the console, it should be able to do that, right? Right. And also, by the way, hide this. I'm commenting all of this. I can keep that, but it's okay anyway. Clear console. Let's first see this. Okay, so the highest value. Okay, give me the minimum value, please. Will return the. Okay, that's the minimum and the maximum. Okay. d3 dot max. d3 dot max js. Okay, not geeks by geeks. Do we have w3 schools? Apparently not. Fine, geeks by geeks it is. d3 dot max array. That's it. चलो इतना करता है. इसमें से तो मैक्सिमम वैल्यू दिखा. It won't be able to. It simply returned. Does this mean all of them are the max values? The function accepts any parameters array which an array implements. Okay, in that case, I have another way. Dataset dot map only return. I know, chill. Only return the max value of the mapped functions. तो मैं data set में से सिर्फ index की first item उठानी. Okay, map a equals is 0th item. It returns that. Ouch. Yeah. What if I write 1? It still returns a square opening square bracket. How do you explain that? How? I'm going crazy. Yeah, soon I'll need to take longer breaks. That won't be beneficial for any of us. Okay, so we mapped the data set. We wrote an arrow function for this thing. ठीक है तो right, which would tell us this. Now we know that the data set itself holds inside it 2 items in an array. What if I were to write, let's say 1? 0th value is 1. Oh, okay, exactly. That doesn't exist. Exactly, I agree. Okay, maybe not map for each then. Type error t is not iterable. I understand. It's a string and this is a number, but it's still not iterable. Why is that the max value? Why is the opening square bracket the max value? An opening square bracket at that. What are we doing wrong? So we were stuck with this apparently, and I didn't even know, and we kept playing with that. Hmm. Okay, let's map this data set anyway. To remove this much, let's only see the mapped data now. Okay, it returns this with length that. Okay, so that's our problem. Let's see. Now it would return an opening, so it returns cha. 0 1 2. Let's keep this 1 1 and do 5 2. Okay, think. It returns this instead of that. Why though? Chalo, take that. It returns an object with length 1. Okay, so when we map data set, looks like this. How? Okay, it returns an array with the first value is this, the second value is this. Okay, when we map all the arrays, it returns this much. Okay, so I'm not writing the map function then. Yeah, only print data set. And we'll look at the data again. It looks like this. I think it goes on and on and on and on and forever. Why does it not go on and on and on and forever? It only pushed 1, 2. Acha, these are 3 dots here. That's the prototype value, that's okay. Interesting. It returned an array. So I mean we don't need to push it then. Let's go back to this. Now what does this print? Okay, it prints that. Now if I were to map the data, A, return A, got error, dataset.map is not a function. Okay, but this doesn't return an object, it returns an array. An array which has, okay. So instead of mapping it, then let's filter the data. Filter how? What would that even look like exactly? Do you really want me to do that? No, you don't. Map an array map method. New array numbers.map math square root. Okay, it's like for each but not for each. Map an array 4 9 16 25. Yeah, what's this thing's length? Okay, let's see, let's return the length at least, so we understand that it has a certain length, and the length is 5991. Are these 5000 values? And I sure hope not. Okay, tell me the first item's length. Oh, right. It's 1. The third item's length. It's also 1. Now the second item is second item. Third item is second item. This is length. It cannot read. Return dataset 0, 1. Undefined. So according to you, okay, so dataset's first object, let's look at the first object of the dataset. Not first object, first array item. Looks like this, right? It's a number. So 0. Okay. What if I ask it to return 0, 0? Should it return? Apparently it returns that. A brace. Or square bracket. Now why would it return a square bracket? That means that it considers this as 1. I don't believe it. It doesn't matter what you believe, does it? But then why don't you tell me the second value, what the second value is? It returns undefined. Okay. I'm going to clear the console and ask it to return only the 0th value, as in the first value. Okay, that's the same, it's a square bracket. This is the most peculiar problem I've come across before. This is the fetch method, then it converts the response into a JSON, then we write JSON.stringify data.data. Okay, I'll make it a constant. Yeah, doesn't matter if we make it a constant or not, but data set now holds this, right? Oh, low battery. Young Sawano. Right. Creates a new array, calling a function for every array element. हाँ, तो मुझे तो कुछ नहीं करना है. चलो उनको ऐसा करते हैं. Let's see. So it goes to the map. अबे but wait. If the 0th element is this, how do you expect it to return anything else? 1967. Shouldn't it at least return, an entire item in the array? Is it because the data is stringified? It's stringified, isn't it? But then if I write 1, shouldn't it return another? Yeah, it does. Then 2. Oh my god, it's a string. An object that holds this as a string. Ouch. Ouch. Okay. Please store this as it is. Finally. Stringify. We use JSON stringify for text content, not on the data that we need to use. Ouch. Ouch myself. Yeah. Now it would of course return that. Of course. क्या यार? क्या? Anyway. So now we can get maximum values from these. Hopefully, let's see. I mean, we still have to do a lot, but hey. Right now it looks like that. Don't worry, we'll go through each of them. Right. So what do? d3.max of the data set. Okay, you know what? Yeah, maybe I'm jumping the gun. Let's go through them one by one. Dot max. Actually, not right. You have to write d3 dot max of the data set, which would return undefined. Wait, it doesn't return undefined. Apparently, it returns this is the highest value as the highest value. Interesting. Okay. What if I write set 1? Yeah, that's not allowed. Oh my god, that is allowed. What? Okay, fine. Anyway, dot. Yeah, not a dot. Comma space. D1. It would return 18,064. Is 18,064? Yup. 0.7. Yup, that's the highest value. So this is correct. Okay. I'll keep this. So that does in fact give us the highest value. So uncomment, so I can see the body. Abhi theek hai. So I understand this. I'll comment this. Maybe we can use console.log for something else. In the meanwhile, I'll also give h1 a color white, please. Thank you. Nothing yet. Now we define y scale. Domain 0 to the maximum value. Very good. And range is. So why is that h minus padding and padding? We read that. We didn't. We read that. Height minus padding for y. So 470. So it should be between 30 and 470. So that's the highest value top, and that's the 30. Okay. वैसे उल्टा है, but हाँ 470 से लेके 30. Maybe I'll try to flip this the other way. Yeah, nothing will change yet because now we add the SVG. So now we'll be able to look at the SVG in itself. This should actually be inside that SVG, if you don't mind. We should write SVG dot. Of course, the text is white, so that's why I can't see it. But it's in there, don't worry. Don't worry. Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing. Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. अच्छा, इसका कलर नहीं आया. Okay. Fine. We'll keep it outside. Chill. Fine. United States GDP. Now we go to this SVG dot. First, append all the rectangles with the fill green. They won't be visible yet because we haven't given them their x and y coordinates. Not to mention their height. Yeah, let's uncomment all of this and u as well. Okay. Okay, now we have correct values. So in that case, if I apply y scale console.log y scale d3.max, any number really, but yeah, let's take d3.max then. Everything is gonna be alright. Right. Show me the log. Ouch. Expected length. Okay, d0. Acha. Apparently expected length, but it returned. Acha. Okay, now we have good problems. These problems can be solved, looked into. A rectangle attribute x expected length, but it received an array item. So d1. Very good. Now what other errors do we have? Clear console please. Let's see. One please again. Come on dude. A new version of Java is available. Okay, bye. Maybe later. I don't need to look into Java right now. They are safe. Refresh the page. Expected length received not a number. 275 times. Okay, so it received not a number when we did this. D as one value. Okay, we're getting there slowly. First value. Okay. So it's taking data set, which is an array. Then we write in a callback function. A callback function goes through what we call the this. Is this why we needed that x scale? Because this might be a bigger number than expected. I understand why we need x scale now. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But it returns not a number, so that means it might be returning a string. What if I write d0? What will it return? Okay, 275 errors. Now it says 825 errors. But by the way, my console log returns 470, so it was able to scale it down. Very good. Now what if I write I here? I. Index value. Now it returns 1600 errors. Okay, expected length but received this. 8 second. Clear the console, please. I wanna see what I'm getting myself into. If I remove, okay, when I write D, it will return an error. It says rectangle expected. Okay, for some it returns the entire array. हाँ, अभी मैं वो, is that a string? It returns a string. Oh god. It returns a string. Okay, we have to work with the data types. I'm going to comment all of this out again. Why do you return a string? I have no clue. For some it returns an entire string when I write D, and for some at the end it returns expected length but returns not a number. Which is true, this is a string and that is not a number, so I empathize. But because this is a string and not an array, we are in disarray. That's funny. Yeah, I find that funny. Disarray. Ouch. Okay, we come back to you. Now, where's that console log thing? I removed it. Very good. It returns the highest value. Return datasets first value only, please. Oh yeah, we need another for that. Okay, so first value. When I write dataset 1, it does that. When I write 2, it returns that. What does dataset store? Oh, not as max. What do you store? Ouch. It's not okay. Is that a real thing? Apparently. It returns an array. Is this a promise? Oh my god, it's a promise. So that's why we stringified it. Okay. JSON dot stringify to array. Okay, so John H. New York stringify would do what? Stringify a JavaScript array. So now it would return what? Stringify ARR. So it returns this. What? Run this, please. Okay, it returns this an array. Acha, it returns an array. Oh, but that array is a string, not an array. Oh, so it stringified the square brackets too. And this thing returns a promise, don't you? Array 2, array 2, array 2, array 2, array 2. Okay, clear console. Show me datasets first item, 0th item. Okay, so that's the 0th item. Now you return the datasets second item of the 0th item. Yeah, I know 15 changes. Remember to save your work. Now return an array map a arrow A1. That means all the numbers. Very good. As an array. Very good. It returned all the numbers as an array. What happens when you do this then? ये तो सही है, इसने मुझे पूरा array दिखा दिया. If I expanded, it would return the entire array from 0 to 275. So that's correct. Okay. Now if I ask it to return a maximum value of these guys from these guys, let's say d3 dot max, what will it return? It will return 18,064 gladly. So that problem's solved. But when we write attribute x data and its index, and when I ask it to return data, it returns a string. How, after all of this, does it get stringified? That's a word. Okay. Now I'm going to remove the log. I'm going to cut this, and instead of this tomfoolery, I'm going to paste that. Refuse to connect to raw GitHub user because violates the content security policy. Connect source none. अरे बाप रे. Anonymous. Copy this. Refuse to connect to URL because it violates the following content security policy directive. Content source none. Connect source none. For that. From making Ajax calls. Our aim is to restrict a web page from making Ajax calls. Next we place a fetch request in the page. Refuse to connect to because it violates the following content. Since I set the value to fetch, no fetch call can happen from the page. Now let us change none to self. Now I could see the JSON data. Now let us change the API URL to an external open API. It now throws below error in the console. Refuse to connect to this because content self. It means that if the value of self, a fetch call will only work if the domains are the same. Very good for explaining how do we solve it. Wait, did you solve the answer to the question or the problem? I mean, they have a solution. The new content response header helps you reduce XSS risk on modern browsers by declaring which dynamic resources allowed to load. Okay, default source, script source, style source. Ours is script source. Yep. But hey, clear console. It does return that. Very good. Hello darkness, my old friend. I've come to see you again. अबे हाँ तू काम कर रहा है ना, ठीक है, चिल. Means now we have the maximum value. We still haven't solved scaling the value. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Expected length, it returns not a number. It converts that into a string. Why? Why, 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 why? Why? Right. Uh-huh. Report refused to connect to, I understand. I would understand because there is no such thing as that. Hi, 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 hi. Okay, one thing I can do is ignore these. Will the dates be one? Okay, so uh, why does it do that? Data stores data set SVG. I mean, does it get corrupted on its way here or what? And it's all inside this then function anyway. I mean, yeah, this doesn't matter. Select all rectangle. Maybe if I make no, I don't think that's the problem. We need to understand this data. D3 dot data. Data binding to DOM in D3. Joins data. If I return an array, the data function then binds our data array my data to the selected. Okay. But in this case, we wrote dataset gladly, and it also did its job. Of course, this is CX and CY, but it took the 0th value and the first value. Why did it not with ours? Now if I write 0, okay, expected length. अच्छा, so उसने इसको return किया, not the data object. Now if I write 1, that should be a number. That is a number. Attribute x expected length returned this. Okay, clear console. Now I'm going to make this 0 again. Then it will return a bunch of errors where it will say expected length, but got a string called 207 2015 whatever. Clear console. Now I'm going to change this and make this 1, and let's see what it returns. It returns expected length but not a number. It expected some length but it instead returned not a number. Okay, so now I'm going to do something. I'm going to apply a floor function to this math.floor. Maybe it has a problem because okay, it's a decimal, apparently not. It's probably because there's a limit, isn't it? We need to find that x scale thing again. X scale dekha. We need to scale the x values as well, apparently. Yeah, not apparently, I mean it's quite obvious now, but so x scale d3 max data set d0. Nope, it will be the same for the x and y. Do we even need y values? Maybe, we'll see. Then instead of that we can write x scale. Now what? Oh my god. It's an unlimited array of errors. Does it even go to the end? Expected length but received not a number. Yeah, I understand. Clear console. A form field element should have an ID or name attribute. Audit usage of navigator user agent content security policy of your site. Block some resources. हाँ ठीक है. Chill. हटाओ. Can I not? Okay, fine. Anyway, right. Now scale. Let's see what you do. By the way, it says padding w minus padding. X u would be padding minus padding. Anyway, 275, 825 errors. How? Rectangle attribute height, expected length. Okay, so now it's not x anymore, now it's height. Expected length, but it returned this. क्योंकि हमें I लिखना पड़ेगा अभी. Rectangle attribute height. अच्छा, expected that, but it returned I. क्या मैं height को भी scale कर दूँ? Wait a minute, why are we scaling this and not this? Shouldn't the height be scaled and not the x coordinate? I think so. Let's try that. Height हम लोग scale करेंगे और y attribute को scale करेंगे. So that means this will be the index. Finally, but wait, did this return an error or what? Now ours looks a little bit better. Okay, if I make this D, what does the graph look like? Errors, errors, errors all the way. Now I'm going to clear this console and I'm going to write I instead. Okay, no errors. Okay, finally. So now we have a graph that goes this way. Good shit. Now I think I can rest assured a little bit now. 4:31, right? 4.5 घंटे हो गए ना. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a short break now. दिमाग फट गया मेरा. Trying to figure this out. I am excited, but hey, I need some. And by the way, this thing's width is 10. No. Right. With what, 25. Okay. So just went up. Okay, maybe I need some a breath of fresh air, maybe. Okay, so this is the distance. So index plus 0.1. We have 275 values. How do we divide 275 values at an interval? Math. I want to put 275 values between them with a width of 1 pixel. Yeah, so the width is actually not 800, it's 800 minus 60, so that's 730. So I want you to put what should be the gap. If I want to put 275 items with, okay, let's say I don't want any gap whatsoever, but I want you to put them evenly anyway. Think. It's all math. So 207. Okay, 870. Excuse me. And by the way, if we are scaling it, why did it not take the padding? Width padding and the height padding. Is it supposed to be the other way? Will it look inverted now? Oh my god. It looks like something being poured. Okay. So that's correct. H minus padding. This must be the last value and this must be the highest value. How would we know? We would have to add the text item and some hover rules. उस पे भी जाएंगे, डोंट वरी, एक एक करके chill. Yeah, but now we have a graph. Now I want to evenly spread it. What do we do? What math do we think? So if I want to, let's say I want to put a dot. Let's think simply. I want to put 275 dots between 600 and 760 pixels. So of course I do that. 760 divided by that. Maybe we need some arithmetic progression here. I plus what? Because I is the index value and D would be the, of course, that 275 items placed as the x coordinate, so it goes 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. If I make this minus 0.5, let's say, I will only end up, okay, I need a scale or ruler or something. Is it even moving? Is it not moving? What's it doing? 0 plus 0.5 would be 0.5, then index value, yeah, we're only adding 0.5 to each of them, aren't we? If I add 1 to each of them, it's a whole different thing. Okay, there's no change. So index values moved by 1. Acha. Padding. So now it moves a little bit from here to here. But why is Y scale? Why are we not applying Y scale anyway? Why is that not doing its job? Padding, X scale with padding, and that's okay. So X scale should have applied the padding for the top and the bottom values. Does that mean we're not doing this correctly? Maybe if I make it 800 by 800, no, that's not right. Do I need to put pixels or what? No, I don't think that's true. Okay, of course I'm deflecting, but hey, now we've got a graph. Okay, so this thing's first index value is this. What should be the next item's index value? 740 divided by 275. It's 2.6. Okay, let's put that constant. I mean, I also could have, right. It only did that for the first item, and the rest of the items just got added, appended. This is not the way. I want intervals between each item. Much better. Now I can apply that width. Is it? Does ours? Yep, we're getting there. Nice. Now instead of blue, I mean, yeah, I like green actually. Yeah, we'll keep it green. Okay, so instead of this, then let's play with this 3. Yeah, but now it overflows. So this number, yes, but something better. Are we playing with the height? No, we're playing with the width. Shouldn't be 760 by 275. Should be 800 by 275. Nope, it's, yeah, is it? What's the last value? 18,000. We don't have that hover yet, right? Okay. Now if I change the width, what would happen? Okay, not so much. 2 pixels. Width, please. Very good. How did you ensure that? Did you give each of them a white border? Maybe they did, maybe they didn't, I don't know. I have no clue. Oh, I can zoom in too. मैं क्या कर रहा हूँ? I can look at that. Does it have a border? Height with border. No border. Okay. So it doesn't have a border. It just has a very thin space for us to think. Okay. So what do we put? What constant can we put? What dynamic value? Is it 276? No, it's, I think, yeah, that's 275 exactly. How do we know? We'll never know unless we hover over it. But wait, I also need that padding. Why do we not see the padding? We applied the specific padding rules to you, didn't we? Padding is 30 and then W minus padding, so 80 minus padding. Are you supposed to go the other way or what? Or will that make you look weird? It will make you look weird, okay. Because it's not sorted anymore. Maybe adding minus width. Yowza. Okay, so you're correct, but then why did it not scale? 30 to 30, from 30 to 770. That's what it does. Okay, let's give it a padding of 50. Did anything change or what? I do not see a change. This thing, yeah, it refreshes the page, so I lose focus. If I were to make a bizarre change, what would happen? Finally, so yeah. So it does affect it. Now we can't see the rest of it. So it does affect that. Not in the ways we expect it to. Now it goes up. Okay, so it does have some padding from the top and the bottom. We're not able to see it. Okay, I'm going to keep 50. The best way to find out is looking at this. Okay, so that's the scale. So if that's the X scale, why don't we see that padding, man? And the same goes for you. I'm going to do something bizarre. Y scale. X is this, Y is this. So एक पॉइंट से लेके दूसरे पॉइंट तक. So from here, somewhere here to here. That's what your reference is. Why do you not? Are you supposed to take negative 50 or what? Okay, so I think you're supposed to be a plus. No, not like that. Wait. Yeah, I'll make you plus. No, I don't need to do that. If I make you negative 50, then it will take some distance from here. Not 50, maybe 30. But you're supposed to take, oh sorry, oh yeah, you इसको minus करो. H minus padding would be of course plus. H plus minus padding would return that. Oh my god, we're playing with the graphs. Padding minus padding. 0. What am I even doing? You know what? I am going to take a short break. Maybe my mind's just I'm losing my marbles maybe. So yeah, I'll take a short break. When I come back, we will figure this thing out. We have got to figure this thing out. Okay, now it's gone. What did I do? What did I do? Okay, nothing, right? I mean, I can do one more thing. I can give the div a width and a height. So then we can put that scale. Okay, no problem. करते थोड़ा आराम करता हूँ. I'm gonna grab a bite. When I come back, we will resume with this. Sorry about that. Okay. This was less. You know what I'll do is, instead of that, I'll show you guys. I'll turn my anchor off and you guys can look at the bar. Yeah, cool. Hello, I'm back. Excuse me. Whoa, that is huge. Those are huge numbers. Thank you so much, all the 4 viewers, for joining this live video and waiting for me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And all 42 views, amazing. I haven't reached 42 views in a few days' time. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's see what we are doing now. Okay, you guys can see that. Okay, huh. So this is where we were the last time. Now I'm trying to set up some padding. So basically I want to scale this thing down. How do we do that? What if I were to write 800, sorry, 0 and W minus padding, instead of that 800. In the same way, height is height minus padding. So remove the padding itself and put a 0 here. There's no difference, so maybe they're cancelling each other out. Or maybe the height thing worked, but the width didn't. That's what I'm going to assume. And 800 minus padding would be W minus padding. They're exactly the same, and still I do not see a distance from the left and the right. Is this supposed to be opposite? And this is supposed to be what? The opposite. Then H minus padding H. That would make it, they make the highest value first and the lowest value at the end, right? And yet, what is this then? Maybe if I move this H to H minus padding. So I think there is padding top, but there's no padding in. I'll refer to some of the previous text then. But I can see the height padding from top has worked. Negative padding for the range, no. Okay, so that means the top padding works, 30, but this doesn't. The range should be between them, right? So padding minus W then. Okay, what was that? Padding to padding, 30 to 30, 30 से लेके 30 तक. So we have top padding now, all thanks to this. What if we did that? So it does that now. Okay. So you are supposed to be padding. Maybe you are not supposed to be padding. W minus padding. Maybe not width, maybe height. Okay. Now it's the opposite again. Being bad at math paid off. Okay, but according to this is how that works. Padding and W padding, and H minus padding, and then padding. Excuse me. So padding and W padding, H minus padding, and padding, and yet we do not see any difference. What if I just mention the height? 502 padding, no difference. What is the problem? Is this device not scaled enough? It covers the entire SVG. But I can see the space from top. Why don't I see space from the left? It's supposed to be a range from 30. That means X would start from 30. Now we'll have space from the okay. Not add, then subtract. Nope. Oh, right. Wait, that's the distance. You're not supposed to play with the distance. Scale. The domain range is correct. And the domain is correct. It takes 0 to that. H minus padding is 30. H minus 13 is 30 is 470. So this is 470 to 0. 470 to 30. And that's for the height or the Y scale. So whatever height we put would be under. I can give it a padding here and we can all go to sleep. Move padding from U, H0. So scaled value plus remove the padding. Subtract the padding. Look at that. I'm not being clever about it. This covers the entire page. For X it should only be covered between this and this value. So I understand what range does, but why don't we get it? As I perfectly understand what range does now. So this cannot be 30. I understand that. So it would not raise any values under 30. But does it do that anyway? Only one way to find out. Console.log x scale do we have the chart? Apparently not, but we have the data set with data in the data, right? Yeah, that won't work. That will only return errors. A negative value is not valid. ये क्या है? Anyway, that must be some of the issues I was trying to solve. Now we write a data set dot map a1 chill, clear the errors. I don't even know what is going on. Oh, and plus when I'm testing I need to x scale. I must comment the rest as in you, both of you at least. I wanted to, yeah, bus chill. X scale dataset dot map. It returns undefined. It's okay because it's not the max value. I also understand that. Scale the max value, please. It scales to 800 because of this, right? Now if I write w minus padding, it should return 770. Yes, it does. Why not? Okay. Now let's play with the minimum value. What's the smallest value? Very good. Now this smallest value cannot be less than 30, so we write padding. Now it should return a number that is not, yeah, it returns 39.95. Yes. Why does that not take that as a coordinate? What am I doing with it? That's not helping us. It's converting D1, which is true. The most minimum value and the most the minimum and the maximum values are between the range. Now let's try Y scale. It says 493. Clear console. I'm good to. Is this charged? 93% charged. Very good. Nothing to worry about. That's just the chair, and it makes weird sounds. Don't worry about that. Okay. Interesting. The mic seems to be too powerful. Anyway, right, when the height is this and it's this, if I want the number to be between height and padding, tell us the minimum value. The most minimum value is 493, which is also 500. Interesting. So between height and padding, Okay, now if I write height minus padding, I want to scale it between them, so it will do that. 464, and that's the minimum value. If I write maximum, it does 30. Oh, because it's in the opposite direction. Yes, yeah, correct. So the minimum value would actually be the maximum value. Okay. वह उल्टा जा रहा है ना. अच्छा, okay, okay. Interesting. That means if I were to do h minus padding, we would get the maximum value as 460, 470. Okay. Which would be, yeah, which would have that padding. Right. So why does this not do it? Why doesn't our project add the specific padding? I want to know. What part of the code are we not doing correctly? And now it looks like that. So that negative value is for the inversion, right? What are we missing? These are all values that should get the correct padding. Have I given a specific padding to any of them? Wow. Yeah. HTML. Is this what's causing the problems? Maybe not. No, don't leave this. By the way. Okay, so that's what our thing looks like. I can see it has given the 30 pixels, the padding of 30 pixels from the top. Yes, but where's the rest? If I made this 3, maybe that's unrealistic. If I made this 40, then the distance will be different. Okay, 40 doesn't show us any difference. Yeah, you can see the difference now. This is higher and this is, yeah, I mean this is taller and this is shorter than its previous values. So it does take padding top in consideration, but not the rest. Why? What is it about our code that it cannot? Is this supposed to be y scale, and are you supposed to be x scale? That would make them opposites. No, this is correct, but we need to add padding, man. Come on. What am I missing? By the way, we don't need to ask it to return that. It's okay. It'll still work. Yeah, this is an arrow function. Were you not expecting a semicolon? Yeah, it was not. Anyway. Yeah. I like the padding of 50 pixels. 50 pixels is good enough. Let's at least put this in the center. That would be so funny. Anyway, ठीक है यार, वो इसको व्यू पोर्ट हाइट भी देनी पड़ती है. I'm intrigued as to why. Okay, but yeah. Okay. What do we do about this? How do we solve it? How does one solve it? Okay, I'm going to look at your code now. Exactly, this is the entire SVG. This entire SVG contains that. That means it has been given some padding. Its width is 900 and height is 460. I don't mind whatever, but each of them have a height. Oh, rectangle data date is date. Data.gdb is this. Class is bar. Dot bar. X is value. X is 797 point whatever, which is less than that. Of course, it also has been translated. So transformed 6 by 60 degrees apparently. Style is this fill blue. That's one of you. Okay. Its properties are these. There is no inner HTML because it's all a rectangle. No accessibility. I get it. But hey, that's the body, that's the HTML. We go to sources and look at their index. Okay, I better look at this now. Overlay, no. There should be padding somewhere in here. Nope. Width is this and bar width is this. Bar width is used 1, 2. Attribute width, bar width. For what? SVG rectangle, scaled GDP, append rectangle. Okay. Attribute data date. अच्छा उन्होंने ये भी attributes डाले हैं. ठीक है. And then you go to width. And you applied this width and this height, not this width and height. Okay. थोड़ा दिमाग मेरा भी सोच चल रहा है. Okay. So you give it a width and a height. Width is 2. Now वो तो width of the bar itself or the rectangle itself. Excuse me. Okay. Where were we? Sorry. Bar width, and bar width is used as an attribute here where it says d3.selects svg. Is that where I'm select svg? Yeah, your svg. Okay. Maybe let's not write it this way then. Or maybe I can look here and understand. Add axes to visualization for visualization. इन्होंने padding 60 यहाँ पे रखा यहाँ पे रखा 0 to max, 0 to max values. Wait, shouldn't our max values be? Oh, those are x and y coordinates. Wait. क्यों पर? ये पढ़ना पड़ेगा शायद. मैंने डोमेन इसमें अलग रखना चाहिए ना. X scale. No, actually not really. Should scale both of them anyway. So not really. Okay. Maybe instead of doing this, I can do something else. D3 dot select SVG, which would be the same as it's stored in that. You're just continuing, so you can see top padding is visible, but yeah, so there's no difference in that. SVG, it's storing that in a variable, and then it continues the rest of the function. Can't give the padding a color. Shut up. Scale the minimum height and the maximum value. What if I make this minimum? How will that affect it? Okay. And how about you? Interesting. Did that make no change? Or did it not load? Save this. Run the preview, please. Apparently the minimum maximum doesn't. Interesting. Right, one is mapped data. Oh my god. Why are you mapping the max values? And why are you not mapping the max values? This makes it easier. I mean, both the methods make it easier, but fine, चलो दोनों में सेम मेथड यूज करेंगे. अबे copy. Yeah, the dogs just love staying awake at night, don't they? Nope, no padding yet. Now we have max values from both of these. How did you max it? Overlay and data date and whatnot. ठीक है, ये सब तो ठीक है. Mouse out and whatever. This is the one. D3 dot select. SVG container is appending G. Wait. Is that important? Is appending G a part of axis or what? Forgot. G is for group, right? Yep, I completely forgot about appending G, but where do we append it and why? GROUP. Select a group of elements with D3. I'm pretty sure we're not appending G here. Any other groups? One, two. Handle click change text with click events. Get JSON. Nope. maximum dynamic scales, predefined scale to place elements. I did learn to append G as a append a group, but where? When I come home, growing tired, it's good to warm my bones beside the fire. अच्छा इसी पे axes, okay. So you append G to add axes or axis. Pronouns, axes, okay, right. So P3 axis bottom X scale and Y scale. So G is for group. Yeah, okay, fine. So we're not supposed to do that yet. D3 select. So when you're appending the attribute data date, you add the date, then GDP, then class bar, okay, whatever. Then you come to adding the attribute X. Now X, it takes a function di, then you do this, then you return X scale years date I. Interesting. Why that? Then for Y it does height minus D, then it returns B. So you didn't use Y scale for this. Where are X scale? Where is X scale? X scale is here. X scale is D3 minimum years date to X max. Data.map. Oh, so you mapped all the years to. Just a second. What's happening with you? To you? Okay, anyway. Yeah, some weird stuff happens all the time. Excuse me. बाप रे 6 घंटे से मैं बैठा हूँ. कितने 11 बज गए. शीश. Yeah, anyway, going back to this. So what's the logic here? So they're only using X scale. I don't mind. ठीक है. Maybe there is Y scale. Okay. Anyway, one by one. They have a width and a height, and bar width is width divided by 275, which is what I did, but I didn't store it as bar width here. Yeah, did I do it for 275? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, divided by 275. Yeah, width divided by 275, which is the same. But wait a minute, this shouldn't be bar width divided by 75. This cannot be it. इसकी वजह से ये नहीं हो रहा है. Width minus padding, first of all. Actually 2 times padding. Nope, there's no difference. Wow. How? Wow, and how? I is the index multiplied by W width. First of all, I have to wrap U then. Okay, so now padding from the right worked. Because I did twice the padding. Huh. Would you look at that? Finally, so the padding from, yeah, what do we do about that now? How do we make the values start? क्या रे? So what's the point of adding the padding if it weren't about to do that? Yow. What's that even doing here? Huh. So now it has I plus padding. Oh. So it would start for 30 seconds. Right. How about now? Okay. Actually, this. हाँ. इतना resize कर दो. Now it multiplies padding with the width. Okay. Let's wrap that in brackets and wrap u2 in brackets. Okay. So that's what's happening. Okay. So it's all math, really. Whatever we're doing, we have to figure out the math. Okay, now it's just gone. It's gone. If I refresh it, it will appear, but oh, it won't appear. Okay, it's just gone. Okay, so I multiplied by width. That's just too funny. That is too funny. I think I should cut this and put it here. Okay. Board mass J. Okay, let's think a little, shall we? एक पॉइंट में मैं कमांड सेट नहीं कर पाऊंगा ना. Okay, fine. Let's remove the padding. Huh. So this is what it looked like before. This multiplied by this. Yeah, but the rule, based on the rules of board mass, we can ignore that. Right. I with the width and then divided by 875. I think we need to put the X scale here. But wait, why? Well, I want to find out why too. Why did that thought occur in my mind? What do I do with this? Okay, let's see what happens when we do this. Okay, so that's what happens. We see the spacing changes gradually. Now if I multiply them, I will only be able to see a few of them, most probably. Yeah, this is too small a scale. I can't even scroll, so we can't multiply it, we can't add it. What if I just do this? Okay, so now we have padding from the bottom, from the left and the right, but now it's just this because they're scaled out values. Wait a minute. That's so funny. I know, I mean, yeah, that's so weird. There won't be any. I index values. Yeah, that's incorrect. Oh, that would be too funny. Yeah. Scale D itself, it will return something of the unknown. Scaled value and scaled value. Or if I don't give it a scaled height, we give it a scaled index value, it looks so jarred. I think we better scale the height. Yowza! Interesting. Huh. What if I put I here? Okay. Playing with graphs. But what about you, friend? Why do you not have padding from the bottom as well? Whatever we have to do is with height, isn't it? Y coordinate is for these. No. It's for these. X horizontal, Y, yeah. So Y and okay. So this is actually the height. Yeah. Where in the x coordinate are we supposed to put this? So if I subtract padding from you, if I add padding to you, okay, इसने क्या किया था? Where do you use bar width, by the way? 1, 2. Attribute width as bar width. क्यों? SVG के रेक्टेंगल में उसने इतना बार विथ यूज किया था. Interesting. But I get it. How would one do it? Finite width divided by 275, you'd get the equal values, right? But we would also need to use bar width for x and y. X takes this and y takes height minus d. चलो इसका देखते हैं इसने किया क्या है. Height, do we even have h defined? Apparently we do. Height minus d. What is d here? Height minus data. H minus y scaled data. उल्टा हो गया पूरा. Y scaled data minus h. Sorry. Minus height. Okay, so that's what it looks like. Okay, सही है. काटो. You look perfectly well. Wow. Okay. And yeah, so I have to write it at an equidistant. Yeah, I have to make it equidistant, don't I? So multiplied by w slash 275. So now it's ulta, and yet there's no padding. There's only padding top. Why? And why am I stuck with this again? Yeah, now the width is equal for both of them. So x is the position along the x-axis and its width. Cool. And for y is where in the y-axis will it be? So according to y scale it will be somewhere here, and height, its height determines that. What if I remove some of the padding? What happens then? So that's what happens. What's up with you? Okay, height. How does this calculate height? It takes width as padding. Shouldn't you take height as padding? For y scale you should take w. Oh my god, finally. Interesting. H. Okay, so उसने भी top padding और कर दिया before because I used height with x scale. Huh. Okay, so we are close. Now we have some distance from the top and the bottom. Very good. By changing the height and subtracting the padding from you, which shouldn't have been done, but it's being done anyway. What's your point? What's the point of you even then? Exactly. Apparently, yeah, there's some point of having you. Does the chart look like this? By the way, just to check. We don't know yet. I have to open it here. Does it have a... Yeah, that's exactly how it looks like. What it looks like. Okay. Yeah, I think that's enough. Okay. Good. So we figured that out. Now we have to figure out padding from the left and the right. Means you, big boy. I believe they should be able to do it, but that just causes weird problems. And I understand why. Look at that, that's like a shower. And that's now the opposite, and there's no padding. Wait, there is, but yeah, okay, fine. Okay, I was looking at this and then it hit me. So the same way it should hit me when I do something with this. Okay, so the height is now taken care of. If I look at it now, we need to look at the height again, but with x. That means you are not allowed to start with the 0th value. It should be within a distance. So we need to change the x coordinates now, so that they are between not w but 50, 500 minus 50 minus 50, that's 400, so this should actually be 400. Yeah, but it took that everything after, so उसने I को 400 के साथ मल्टीप्लाई किया, फिर 275 के साथ डिवाइड किया. But I wanted it to begin with that. It's doing that for each value in it. Dogs are just going crazy at it today, aren't they? No viewers. सब सोने चले गए होंगे. हाँ नहीं, 11 बज गए. सही है, no problem. Whatever we have to do, we have to set a distance between two of them. And I think if I use X scale, what happens? This goes berserk. Okay, take a Y scale, fine. What happens when I do that? It's not considering the, index value. Still, that's the last bar, and that's the first bar. First bar's index value would be 0, if I'm assuming right. But I want the first bar's index value to not be 0 and to begin with something else. So that means we cannot take the first bar item. The first value should be what? If I divide 400 by 275, we'll get a distance. Right. I mean, we'll get intervals between them, but how do we ask it to not put anything before and after? How do we get it to start exactly 5 seconds or let's say 5 indexes after? How do we make the first value begin a few clicks after? For the first thing, the X value should be, let's say 30 or let's say 50, and then for the other it should be 50 and something else. Padding plus 400 by 75, padding multiplied. So the first value would be the padding, so that would be the 50th, then 50th plus the next value. I mean, this is the same as padding multiplied by 400 divided by 275. And if I do this, padding multiplied by 275 divided by 400, then at the same place. Because for each of them it's still the same number. It's 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. But with index values, yes. In that case, I plus padding I plus padding, so each index value will be 0 plus 50, that's 51. 0 plus 50 is 50. Excuse me. Actually, we need to isolate the two. Ouch. Nope, sorry. Oh. Yeah, take it there. Okay, unexpected comma. Sorry about that. Yeah. But you still stop after this. That means the width is 800. Oh, this should be then 700. Yow. Okay, maybe not. Yowza. Or maybe width, which is 800. No change. But it did move. Is this fixed 50 pixels? Okay, let's think. With each iteration, the x coordinate would move. Yeah. So I would be the first. I would be 0. So 0 plus 50 multiplied by whatever value we get. So this is a constant which will be multiplied with this. So 50 multiplied by this would be the first. Then 50 multiplied by this would be the second, then third and fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh and eighth and ninth. I should change the padding to 30 then. And yet, if I remove the padding from here, then Acha, this is the bottom padding apparently. Okay. And if I change the width, that's width is okay, width is fine. We're not supposed to edit the width. So I plus 30. So we ensure that it doesn't do anything after, but this looks like 60, more like 60 than anything else. Why? We have 275 items. So at one point it would reach 275 plus 30 multiplied by width divided by 275. Okay. Let's remove this constant then. What happens when we remove the constant? Then it would all the bars would be at one place. But they wouldn't be distributed equally. I'm thinking of something else too. Maybe we add the padding later. Let's first multiply the constant so it's distributed evenly, and add the padding afterwards. So it has the left padding now. but not the right padding because of that. So now we change W to actually 800 minus 60 is 740. So now we have padding from all sides. This should actually have been done there, but hey, right now if I write W minus padding, we get that. I should save these. Yeah, it will count that differently. It will subtract that differently. ठीक है. Yeah, but now we have that. So if I change the padding, I would have to change this constant to. We have to store them as constant. Yeah, but now we have that. Now we have the bar with us. Very good. Now if I change this, yeah, let's make you 700. Why don't we? And I'll make you 50. So now we have the graph. Did I close that? Apparently I did. That's that. Now I can put the text inside this idiot thing. Right. Now I should be able to. So this is taken care of. Of course we have so much more to do, but yeah. The yawns have begun. Yawn. Now I should move where you are. The body SVG works like this, right? So instead of appending, I'll just write, if I write svg dot append, that should work. Did it work? Can we select the text anywhere from anywhere? Yowza. Format, please. Okay, let's look at you in another preview. Is it anywhere? GDP. That text is nowhere to be seen. It means it wasn't successfully able to append that inside the SVG. Why though? This was and this was not. How about now? Now we can't see the graph or the text. Yeah. I understand. I can't append it there. SVG's width and height are designed. Oh. And I can't append an H1 to it. Because then we won't be able to append rectangle, because it will try to append a rectangle to this H1 and not to the SVG, despite it looking like that. Actually, SVG dot append. Still, we won't be able to look at the text. Where did it go? Do we also need to define its X and Y attributes, values, probably. X 12 and 3. How did you do it? GDP. I don't think you appended that text. Wait, SVG. Container. Appended G, Y axis, ID, Y axis, attribute this. Then select SVG H. Fine. D3 dot select SVG. इसको पहले नहीं होना चाहिए, क्या मजाक कर रहा है? इसको बाद में होना चाहिए. Exactly. Plus, do you have the text as white? H1 color white. Good. Should this even matter? Why do I not see it as it's supposed to? Font size 12 rem. Let's see. You dodged that. Nope, it's not visible. Is there an error in the console? A negative value is not valid. ये सब तो मैंने टाइम पास किया होगा. Okay, so no console errors. Nope. Whatever it is a problem inside the SVG. The SVG. Will it appear if I change the colors? मैंने स्टाइल सारी हटा दी, अब तो दिखा भाई मुंह. तो ये फिल कहाँ से आ रहा है? अच्छा यहाँ पे रखा है मैंने. ओके. कंटेनर बैकग्राउंड वाइट हटाओ. नो CSS. लेट्स सी. ओके. सेव प्लीज. Build the preview again. Thank you. That means if I open this and I open inspect, I should not see any H1 because it couldn't render it, right? But wait, I can see it, but it's just not there. Cable. Okay. So you do need that. Okay, maybe we need to give it an X and Y coordinate like they gave it to you. This thing most probably does not. Are you kidding me? अच्छा, it's a div inside a hole. Okay, हाँ ठीक है, ऐसा करते हैं क्या यार. So apparently we cannot do that. Fine. Not apparently, we must not. Anyway, this was a long time coming, so div. ये सब उतर पातर कर देगा मैं तो आय हाय 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 ये anyway yeah right inside this I write what do you call yourself United States GDP then we have another div which will store all of our graph information. I'm sure these tests will tell us. My chart should have a title with corresponding ID title. That you do. Next, my chart should have a G element, X axis, Y axis. वो बाद में ऐड करते हैं. Both axes should contain multiple tick labels, each with corresponding class tick. Yowza. My chart should have a rectangle element for each data point with a corresponding class bar. ये ऐड करना पड़ेगा. I mean, ऐड तो सब करना पड़ेगा, but okay. And first graph. Aren't you supposed to be H? Yep, it is supposed to be that. H1. Thank you. Anyway, this is not supposed to be body, it's supposed to be graph hash graph. Now it will be should be inside that. Are you inside that? I don't even know. SVG div container. Okay. I think it overflows the container, don't ya? Although container contains the graph, but it doesn't contain that. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, we'll take care of that, don't worry. But yeah, now it's inside. The graph is now inside the container. It is also supposed to have this piece of text. Acha, div class holder, visual holder. That's the graph and that's the overlay. Okay. One is this text which has been transformed and rotated and put like that. X minus 2. Oh, cha. That is so cool. That's all dynamic. सही है ना. हाँ ठीक है. इसका भी कोई होगा command. But I want this text info. So interesting. This thing's x coordinates and y coordinates are 520 and 450. Okay, so that number was probably derived with math, or maybe not. Who am I to say? But I want this information. Do you even require that information? Probably not. A tool should have a date property that corresponds to data in the active area. Okay. नहीं, अभी स्टोरी के हिसाब से जाना पड़ेगा. This overlay item. Anyway, first things first, then let's check. My chart should have a title with the corresponding ID title. That has been taken care of. Band karo. Title has been given. Cool. Yeah, title. ID with the title taken care of. Next, should have a G element, X axis and Y axis. So we figure out how to add axis. They're quite simple, but yeah, take a lot of time. Append G, svg dot append G. Are they appended after or before? After the circle, after the text, after. अच्छा, इसको बंद करो. Thank you. We'll resize this. कहाँ गया? अच्छा, after ना. Oh. So it by default took 0 to 8,000, 18,000. Must have understood. But it's supposed to be y-axis. क्योंकि मैंने x स्केल को उसके लिए लिया ना. Okay. This should actually be here as the height, but I made a few mistakes, didn't I? Anyway, constant x-axis is d3 axis bottom. This should be axis top. It's axis left. Oh, so instead of bottom, if I make this left, we should get what we are looking for. Now this should turn into axis left. Nope, it's not that simple. Named y-axis. ठीक है, चलो. Right, it didn't appear. Transform, translate. H minus padding क्या था? By amount of padding units right and 0 units down. Remember to call. गायब हो गया क्या? Solution नहीं देखा था. I don't want to spend time. Y-axis is y-axis, d3 axis left, y scale. D3 axis left, y scale. Unfortunately, we have to convert them. Oh, it will be x scale anyway. Okay. Oh, right. Oh. Okay, so now it appears here instead of that. Okay, now why are you here and why are you not upside down? So I think because of you, transform. H minus padding would be height 500 minus 50, 550. Okay, so 550, yes. to 0. What if I made this 0 to 550? And now it's gone. Yep, it's gone. So I think hey यार कमांड Z करता तो वहाँ पे कि ब्रो हाँ okay, apparently your position is incorrect. Why? Because I copied it h minus padding to 0. सिर्फ h रखता हूँ तो क्या होता है? It moves more to the right. H plus padding. Okay. H minus padding again. Now it's more to the center. अरे यार ये क्या है? H minus twice the padding would make it move more to the left. क्या ला? Yeah, the rules of bud mass. We can pretty much do anything. Gone. Okay, now just right. This should be 0 to 1. Achha. Yep. Nice. So interesting. How did it take the exact position? What if I were to make this 8? Okay, so it was the exact position apparently. H minus 9 multiplied by that. Huh. So interesting. Why is that? 9 multiplied by padding, what is that? 9 5s are 450. 9 times 5, so interesting. If I had just written minus W, what would it do? Okay, it would height minus width is not maybe the okay, instead then width minus padding then. Acha. Width plus padding. Padding minus width. एक सेकेंड, ये क्या था? सिर्फ पैडिंग रखते तो अल्लाह क्या यार, सही है. ओके, सिर्फ पैडिंग रखनी थी, सब खाम करो. ओके, the same way we also added the x-axis. I mean, not the same way, but yeah, we do a few things here and there and we'll have what we're looking for. In this case it's 0 comma and no padding. Oh, and we need that, don't we, Nicola? Yeah, sorry. Okay, I can see it here. It shouldn't be there because this scale should be X scale. Where are you? Okay. Where did the x, how does the x range work? नहीं इसको अच्छा. Okay. X axis is axis bottom, not left. Okay, sorry about that. Come on, BOTTOM. How is that bottom? Maybe this was right. Height minus padding. Nope. सिर्फ padding रखते तो क्या होता है? Okay, so it's on top. X scale. This cannot be X scale. We need something else. The date, the month scale. करते चलो. That means I need to create another scale that would store dates. Yowza. By the way, how many tests do we pass? 2 out of 14. My chart should have a G element x-axis with the corresponding ID x-axis. अच्छा, उसको ID भी देनी पड़ेगी क्या यार? हाँ ठीक है, देते हैं. 2 passed apparently, which is the technology stack and the title stack. Should have a G element. Okay, we don't have tick labels. I don't even know what tick labels are. But first, axes. बंद करो. Why are you there and why are you not here? I mean, I understand the distance, but why the position? Are you also supposed to take it at 0? No, that's not where you're supposed to go. W minus padding, let's see. Width minus padding. Okay. Width plus padding. Go on. Only the width. Only the height. 0, 0. Wait, with height it did something. Yeah. Height plus padding. Gone. Height minus padding. It will be somewhere around here. Why? Because its indexes begin at this, don't they? So if it's okay, if the SVG's height is 800 and I remove the position, we're transforming and translating it to this. ज़ीरो मतलब ये सीधा, अगर ये ज़ीरो नहीं होता तो ये टेढ़ा होता. Don't believe me? Let me show you. Right, that doesn't do anything, so I'm wrong. Because of axis bottom. Okay. What did you do for axis bottom? Okay. You just use padding and comma space 0 for y-axis and h minus padding for x-axis. Okay. Cool. That shouldn't disturb any balance. So y-axis svg dot append. Cool. But wait a minute. H minus padding didn't work for our case. Now, because we put that in parenthesis, it suddenly behaved differently. Not suddenly, it behaved differently. If I do with minus padding, gone. Only the height, then it's over here. Okay, only the padding, then it's okay, that's better. But how do we make it, how do we move it below? Is that what you do, or are you the angle? Padding and padding, let's see what that does. Okay, so you made it come a little bit below. So apparently this should be 0 then. So that's the padding. I mean, both x-axis and y-axis are the same. You'd see that. But fine. We give it padding, so at padding it is 50 below. Now if I write h minus padding now, it goes up. How? How about now? Now it's below. Okay, so it's supposed to be in brackets or parentheses, so to speak. Okay. Had I done what had been going on, I would have passed this. Now instead of x scale, we need another which would store the days of the domain. Yeah. Oh, and what do you need? They need a G element with the corresponding ID, so we should append an ID. How do you append an ID? Right. इसको बंद करो. This is overlay. That's the SVG. No. Yo. No. Yes. G. Fill none. Right. Font size 10. इसे तो ठीक है. Text anchor middle, whatever. ID called x-axis. Yeah, that was of no help. Okay. Attribute ID. Okay. Haha. Okay. So instead of haha, we make it x-axis. I mean, for you it's y-axis. But hey. And the same goes for you. Append another G with the attribute x-axis. So that should take care of 5 tests now. Apparently 5 out of 4 passed. Sahi hai. Now we have to take care of these idiots. I shouldn't say idiots. These challenges. My chart should have a rectangle. Okay. For each data point with the corresponding ID class bar displaying the data. Achha. Yeah, so I think class bar. ये class tick का क्या हुआ पता नहीं, but class bar. Okay. My chart should have a rectangle element for each data point. That means, yeah, okay. Somewhere in here then. Select all, append array. Okay. We give it also an attribute of class bar. Where does it get its fill for? Achha. So I think if I remove this and edit the bar dot bar fill green. Yep, I'm going to make this gray. New blue, light blue, aqua. Nope, aqua is too bright. Crimson doesn't hurt the eyes. It's quite good. Plus it's red. If you're talking money, then yeah, GDP green. Light green maybe. Nope, I like this green, a darker shade of green. Cool. अभी देख 7 out of 4 instead of 5. So class bar taken care of. Each bar should have the properties data date and data GDP containing date and GDP values. Okay. So now we have to extract data date and data GDP. But before I do that, 12 बज गए. मैं थोड़ा पानी वानी पी के आता हूँ. When I come back, we'll continue with this. Yeah, bear with me, guys. And here, yeah, I was thinking instead I should share my screen with you. You can look at the overlays from here. Enjoy. Oh, and yeah, I'll turn the mic off. Oh, but you won't be able to listen to any music. Youch. Nope. In that case, I will change this from display capture to window capture. And this. Yes. Cool. So you can enjoy the viewership. Apparently, not many people joined the live video after I came back. Okay, after 11 o'clock, but it's okay. See you guys. I'll be right back in a couple of moments. Hello guys, welcome back. Let's see what we have in store. Okay. Yowza. So we built this. Now I have to create another. Okay. I mean, pretty much. Okay. Pretty much the same thing, but no range. Or maybe there needs to be some range. We'll see. Zeroth element. Oh, right. Where did I paste this code? Actually. हाँ तो बराबर. Now why does that cause problems? It's just a new scale. Of course it causes problems. Because we're using X scale and Y scale and whatnot. I mean, wouldn't this return the same value as that? I wanna see. After all, we're just declaring new variables. Why do you find this problematic? Because of the semicolon? I don't believe it. Most probably because of semicolon. Is that what you want to hear? Apparently not. Why does that disrupt things? Fine, I will not disrupt things. I'll declare it here. Cool. That doesn't disrupt things. Very good. That's what I wanted to see. How does that disrupt things? Nope. Okay, very good. So new scale. What do you want it to be? Data date and data GDP. For that I have to we need an object. Each bar should have the properties data date and data GDP. Okay, that means I have to move it above with X scale and Y scale. Maybe after Y scale. How about that? Why does that make our code disappear? Because we're mapping the data 0. Let's map the data this way then. Let's see. Okay. Do I even need to map this data first of all? And Maybe not. I don't need a max. I need a max value. I mean, we know the max value actually. It's 2015. This is not 0, this is 1947. Right. Why does that cause a problem? Show me in the console. Cannot read properties. इसको ऐसे लिखना होता है क्या? What do you? Cannot read properties of undefined reading scale linear. Oh. Right. That was the problem. Okay. That's 2015. This must not be a range. That's why. And you need to be spread out. How does it take 1990, 2000 commas? Okay, and why is this not spread out? Because it doesn't call x-axis, it's called, it should call new scale. Okay, now it's just gone. Cube. Axis bottom, new scale. Acha, you're supposed to be x-axis, sorry. New scale has already been written. Why are you not spread out? Must be because of domain. No. This padding is different. उल्टा जाएगा. Width is 500, right? Yeah. Okay, I should give it a background color for myself. We need dot notation. Okay. Yeah, that's crimson. Alright. We just like beige, don't we? Okay. maybe beige, maybe not. Fine. Right. Apparently it doesn't work with percentage. Display flex, justify, content, center, line, items, center, next line, center. Okay. Background gray. I'm going to, yeah. This is not on center. This is top. Why तो उसने center से align कर दिया, but it's not top or bottom align यार. हमेशा margin करना पड़ता है क्या यार. Margin top. Exactly. So 50% from top and bottom and 0 from left and right. Okay. Not 50% then. To be equal from both sides. So not 50%. 0 0 करूँगा तो वो ले लेगा. Okay. But it's equally 10%, so no. 5. Scrolls. 4. Scrolls. No, doesn't scroll. What's it look like from here? Exactly, we don't want this. I want it to be in the center. So maybe not margin. I mean, yeah. Will be forever stuck. But the moment I make you viewport height, you will be always in the center. Which is so weird about this. But if I make you percent, then no, then you're on top. But then there's this, because the viewport is, I mean, yeah. Plus we need that viewport meta tag. Yes, and it still scrolls, which we don't want. If I don't make it any less than v, yeah, just forget it. Fine, okay, shut up. We go back to this scale, so this isn't distributed correctly, so we have to distribute it correctly. That's right. Width, padding minus width would give us such a weird number, so it goes the opposite way. With minus padding, what does it do? What if I wrap this? It shouldn't work, and it doesn't. What's it? Width minus padding is 450. It should take then width minus double padding. Yeah, that's exactly 400. Cool. Yeah, so now it's exact because instead I'll just write 400. यार क्या बे? Apparently 400 cannot be taken. It has to take width minus 2 multiplied by padding. If you multiply padding with 2, it takes 100. Width is 500. 500 minus 100 is 400. But if I take 400 here, it feels awkward. Yeah, it feels awkward. Interesting to see that. Anyway, so now we have these. Let's check. 7 out of 14 passed, half. Each bar should have the properties. Honey, ये भी करना चलो. Each bar, which is this rectangle. So after we give it a class, we have to add something else. Which attribute are we supposed to add? Let's see. Bus. Chill for now. And now they're not green anymore. क्यों बे? Oh. बस. क्या था? Each bar should have the properties data date. अच्छा. And should be okay. It's a variable, and variable will be its okay. So we have and data GDP. Cool. 2 dots, single dots. Okay. अबे कहाँ गया? Haha. Right. We need some dynamic data. That's we need a callback function of the data set itself, right? Okay. Data date. So an arrow function. Sorry. What will it do? It will take a data set, so a each item and return its date. So a0, and this would return a0. Okay, the same thing, but its date, GDP value. Done. So that should take care of that. Now it's 10 out of 14 passed. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. Values don't line up with x locations. Expected false to be true. Achha, x again. Data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. That means our bar isn't complete. Yowza. And I am tired. But let's see what else. Can you guys see that? By the way, I don't believe it if you can. Okay, now we are looking at a square screen. I don't believe if it, whether you can or not. Let me check my phone, please. ये बंद हो गया क्या? Oh. Okay. Go away. Just a second, let me check my phone whether you guys can see myself or not. Apparently you're fully charged. Okay. And this is burning hot. Right. I'm watching. And let me move the mouse. Oh yeah, yep, you can. If it says 10 out of 14 pass, that means it's updated. Okay. Tooltip. So 4 things we need to take care of now. The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element should align with the corresponding value. What? 1950 to 2015. That is the way it's supposed to go. Let's read this again. What does it say? The data date attribute and its corresponding bar element. But समझो तो सही. Should align with the corresponding value on the x-axis. That means we're missing some one or some thing. Only one way to find out. Okay. Oh, we need that, sorry. Let's take the first bar, text transform, this axis, none, react bar. Okay, so that's the first item, 1947-1-01. Let's look at our code. Must be somewhere here. Line stroke is a GA. G items. Let's okay. Oh, right. Maybe resize this. Thank you. HTML head body. Head has this much. Oh my god, code pen and whatnot. Then we have the container, we have the title, we have the graph, div with the ID graph. There we have the SVG. So I can save that as an image. Very cool. That's the first bar, which is 1947-1 and -01. Very good. So first data. Can we copy and review this? Okay, first and first vars. Okay. Class bar data date 1947-0101 data GDP 243.1 x 50 x is 0. Yeah, I know why. Okay, so this should be 0. 444. Yeah, if I were to subtract 50 from this, it would return 54. Width 2.909090, height 5.38, whatever. This x should be 0. I mean, I understand why, because of that padding thing. I mean, because of the padding, but still. Yeah. So we have to make that 0. Without disturbing. I mean, not make the padding 0. The padding should stay as is, but yeah, it's difficult to do because of you. It looks like it, but it's not it. Yeah. 700, so that means you want width divided by 25 without the padding. Wait, no, only plus padding, right? अबे ये ठीक है. Then we make this 800 and remove the padding. But then it starts and ends from here to there, which is not what we want. This can also be width. What if I made it 700? Still it would start at 0, man, and end at that, so that's okay. Actually, this is not okay. You're supposed to add padding from here, this X scale itself, but it doesn't. Why don't ya? If I flip this, what happens? It looks like it's going to die. If I flip this too, it becomes the complete opposite and the weirdest version of itself ever, and it still doesn't apply the padding. So whatever's in the range is what we have to edit. What if I add the padding? Yeah, we've been working on that, haven't we? So that happens. What does that mean? What do you mean? So instead of height minus padding, what if I do this? Just write 400. And height minus padding would be, of course, acha, okay, let's make this 450. Let's make this more interesting. What if I write the constant numbers? And height minus padding, height is what? 500 minus, that's also 450. Whatever, you're okay, these are okay, because you're looking at the domain and you're looking at the range. So as long as we're playing with the range, it's all forgiven. Okay, let's see. Y scale. Y scale is used for what? Height. Yes, Y scale is used as a Y attribute, and its height is used as X scale. मैंने भी कोड बहुत अजीब तरीके से लिखा है, so it's no one's to blame. No one is to blame for this. Would you look at that? So from 30 top, from 50 top and 50 bottom, and it still doesn't get there. We have to make this. Yeah, we already made this 450 and it's still okay. It's coming along. Okay, so that's almost a straight line. So padding equals height minus 50. It's the same thing. Okay, I'm going to I have to write bizarre numbers now, otherwise this won't. Okay, Adding to bizarre number 200. Okay. What if I just write padding 30? Okay. Heavy. What if I just write age? I mean, we are just writing everything, so why don't we just do just is h minus w. That's a 300 number. Okay, and padding. Let's see. Yeah. So now that we are going crazy, let's try to figure this thing out again. Okay. And it moved. That also moved apparently. Abbe dikhana result. There is no W padding. Only padding. Build the preview. W space padding. The preview has been built again. Padding 0 to padding. Okay. Padding to 0. Oh, it should be ulta. So, yeah, this apparently we are still stuck. What if I write 100 to 450? Okay, this cannot. Okay. What's happening? 0 to 450. Okay. 50 to 450. Look at that. Let's see. That is a range of 400. And we want something similar, don't we? We want 50 to 850. Sorry, 750. Let's write that literally. Oh god. That means we'll be forced to use X scale. Kahan gaya? Y attributes, but X scale. Oh yeah, by the way, let's remove the padding from this. What does that do? Okay. So it begins from here and ends here now. Very cool. Not cool at all, but yeah. So that's not it. I multiplied by W divided by 275. Yeah, width's okay. What's not okay is this thing. Con. That's what it looked like before too, didn't it? Oh, I did so many things to that thing. If I leave it like that, yeah. 700 divided by 275. Basically, don't add padding here. and padding there. Where? Here. Yes. No. It starts leaking, doesn't it? Does 50 get corrupted or what? H minus 50 is what? 750. No, 450 actually. How are the both of you the same values? Shouldn't you be 750 at least? Yeah, now it bleeds. If I made this 752, one of you should be 100 then. Not you. 100. None of them. Yeah, I'm going to lose it. This should be a little bit above, don't you think? Let's make this 700 then. Okay, so is that below before? Was this 6000? 6000 wasn't visible before. Okay, so let's make you 450 then. So now the 0 is back, and this is okay. If I make this 0, what happens? It goes berserk. Okay. Padding top, and this is padding bottom. Padding left and padding right. Padding left 100 makes the code go berserk, and this sits down. Why? Okay, I'm going to make this go beyond 850. 900. A 1000. Negative 100. Nope, negative is too weird. Okay. 10 is also weird. Gone. Not gone. Now it's moved to that. Before it was at somewhere around here, right? 2000. Nope, it was still there. Okay. 1000, 2000. Stop. Move from the left to the right, man. Nothing can be hard, easier. Nothing can be easier. Padding top and padding bottom. Okay. 0, 0. Let's see what happens here. 0 to 10. 0 to 100. 200. 300. Okay, now it looks like it's shaping itself. Now I'll change you 10 to 300. Okay. 50 to 300. Okay, it starts leaking. It touches that. I mean, yeah, I'm going to call it leaking. I'm going to keep you 0. $400. Okay, now this has become a triangle. So now we are supposed to determine this. So at 450. So this has its perfect form. This does not because of 0. It is so weird. So weird. But hey, who are we? Now I write 100. That will make it bleed, won't it? Yeah, bleed too much. And 50, a lot of some bleeding, but it touches that. So I wanted to move 50 exactly this much. If I write 100 here, it doesn't work. What if I make it 100 here? Does it move from the left to the right? No, it bleeds again. क्या यार, मैं पागल हो गया, छोड़ो. Guys, I think that's it for today. 8 घंटे से मैं बैठा हूँ, दिमाग फाड़ दिया मैंने खुद का. Yeah, maybe tomorrow we'll see. We'll try to figure this out. We'll just save this code. Okay, thank you for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed that live video. When I come back tomorrow, I'll try to figure this thing out again and see what we were wrong about. Thank you for watching. Excuse me.